Good evening and welcome to the May 2nd, 2022 meeting of the Arlington County Planning Commission. I am Commission Chair Daniel Weir. Tonight is the only this is the Commission's only scheduled meeting for this month. Tonight, the Commission will receive an informational briefing on the Phase 2 missing middle study, and we'll hear an application for a use permit for a covered parking garage at the Heights School. The Commission will also cover routine Commission business, including adoption of minutes and committee reports. I'd like to note up front that the missing middle briefing is an informational briefing for the Commission, and we will not be taking public comment on that item. There will, however, be many opportunities for public feedback in the coming months. Some initial items required to share at this point. For the safety of our staff and residents, we're holding this meeting virtually. Welcome to our commissioners, county staff, applicants, and community members who are joining us remotely. We are legally authorized to hold this virtual meeting based on executive orders, legislation adopted by the Virginia General Assembly, and the county's Continuity of Operations Ordinance adopted in March 2020. Before we begin, I have a few specifics to orient everyone to our virtual environment. Tonight's meeting is available as a broadcast with closed captioning on Comcast Xfinity channels 25 and 1085, Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40, and the county website. Audio of tonight's meeting is available by phone. If commissioners, presenters, or speakers lose internet connectivity during tonight's meeting, please reconnect with us by phone. I understand that that you can use the number provided in the Teams invite. And registered speakers have received a contact phone number in their speaker registration confirmation. For other presenters or speakers joining us through Microsoft Teams, please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called upon. Please turn off sound to any other devices around you to minimize interference, and please keep your cameras off until the clerk calls on you to speak. When called upon to speak, you must unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone that is located on your Teams meeting command bar. The moderator does not have the ability to unmute you. And once you've spoken, please turn your cameras off. If you are dialing in by phone, press *6 to unmute. Public speakers, you will be called upon by the clerk at an assigned time. Pre-registration to speak at tonight's meeting was required. We are not able to accommodate additional speakers. Public comment will take place at the same time frames as we would provide for an in-person meeting. Speakers will have 3 minutes to comment as individuals and 5 minutes if representing an organization. A speaking timer will be displayed on screen by the clerk. If you are dialing in by phone and unable to see the screen, we will provide an audible warning when 30 seconds are remaining, and you will be muted when your time has concluded. The meeting chat is for presenters and commissioners who need technical assistance. Do not use the meeting chat for discussion, for public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for more information. All public comment must be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. And lastly, this is a public forum. Tonight's meeting will be recorded and posted on the county website. All information associated with tonight's meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to Virginia Freedom of Information Act requirements. Before I ask the clerk to call the first item, I want to share 2 reminders. First, this is an informational briefing for members of the Commission, and so there will not be public comment on the missing middle study item this evening. And second, I would ask my colleagues, please treat this as an opportunity to ask clarifying and informational questions rather than to stake out positions on the contents of the briefing. And if I can heed that request, I suspect you will be able to do so as well. That said, Madam Clerk, would you please call tonight's first item?
Good evening, Chair. The first item we have tonight is an informational item focused on the missing middle housing study. We have Kelly Brown and Matt Ladd from the Planning Division to present on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. Ms. Ladd and Mr. Ladd and Ms. Brown, welcome, and looking forward to hearing what you have to tell us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am Kelly Brown with the county's Planning Division, and I am joined tonight by Mr. Matt Ladd from the Planning Division, as well as Richard Tucker and Russell Denow-Schroeder from the Housing Division. I'll be starting our staff presentation tonight on a draft framework for expanding housing choice in Arlington as part of Phase 2 of Arlington's Missing Middle Housing Study. We posted our materials last week, and this is staff's first opportunity to discuss them in a public forum. But before we get to the draft framework, I wanted to share an overview of the Missing Middle Housing Study's goals, scope, and what we heard from the community during our earlier engagement period in Phase 1. The Missing Middle Housing Study began in 2020 responding to an affordable housing master plan policy to explore flexibility in housing types and residential uses in single-family neighborhoods. The graphic on the left shows examples of housing types that are considered missing middle. Middle in this sense refers to the being in the middle of a range of housing types between single detached homes and mid-rise apartment buildings. Over the past 20 years, Arlington has experienced gradual change in its single household neighborhoods as older, smaller homes are torn down and replaced with larger homes. This study is exploring how the county could enable alternatives to these larger homes to meet a wider range of housing needs. The overall goals of the study are to increase the county's housing supply and allow a wider range of housing options. The objectives for the Phase 2 framework that we'll be presenting tonight are to provide more housing options for more people at more income levels and more stages of life distributed throughout Arlington, and to realize more equitable housing options. This is a quick refresher on the 3 phases of the study. We started with a research compendium to provide baseline data and an understanding of the challenges in Arlington's housing market and the history of restrictive land use in the county. In Phase 1, we engaged the community on their priorities and concerns about expanding housing choice. Phase 2 has been a focused analysis of different housing types that informed a draft policy framework that addresses the community priorities and concerns from Phase 1. And if directed by the board in Phase 3, we will be developing new zoning text to implement the policy framework. This slide shows the primary priorities and concerns from the year-long community engagement during Phase 1. The top priority was reducing housing costs and encouraging more housing options. We also heard concerns about the impacts of growth, particularly on stormwater and trees. For more information, you can find the full Phase 1 report on the study webpage. Now, at this moment, I'll be turning it over to my colleague in the county's planning division, Matt Ladd, who will present on the analysis done in Phase 2 and details of the resulting draft framework.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, and good evening, commissioners. Missing middle housing is not completely missing in Arlington. These images show legacy examples of smaller scale housing options in many neighborhoods. However, in most cases, these existing housing options are in areas specially zoned for townhouses or apartments, or they were built before stricter zoning regulations were adopted. I hope you've had a chance to review the Missing Middle virtual walking tours that were posted in March. Those highlight more of the legacy housing types in some of Arlington's neighborhoods. If not, you can find the virtual tours on our webpage. To find more recent examples of missing middle housing construction, we have looked to other communities for inspiration. The housing types on this slide show the range of options that were considered as part of our Phase 2 analysis, from single detached homes on smaller lots to buildings containing 8 units, also known as 8plexes. The Phase 2 analysis showed that infill development in Arlington's neighborhoods can accommodate housing with up to 8 dwellings, within the same footprint, placement, and height standards as single detached houses. However, housing types with more units would likely only be feasible on relatively large lots. Another finding is that missing middle housing types with more units provide the best opportunities to reduce housing costs. This is because land costs are distributed among multiple units, and the resulting units would likely be smaller. If single detached standards are applied to new housing types, the impacts on stormwater and tree canopy would be comparable to redevelopment that is already occurring. One strategy that could support both housing choice and environmental goals is to reduce parking requirements. The last key finding is that simply enabling missing middle housing types does not mean that they will be built in large numbers. There is a strong market for large single detached houses, which are quite profitable for property owners and carry less risk than missing middle homes. That said, our consultant's financial analysis indicates that modest growth in new housing options is possible. Based on the analysis of housing designs, economics, and impacts, staff has developed a draft framework for expanding housing choice with an objective of balancing the community priorities and concerns from Phase 1. The draft framework proposes to regulate new housing types with the same design and building placement requirements as single household development. Within these parameters, buildings with 2 to 8 units would be allowed as long as they meet standards for height, setbacks, lot coverage, etc. This would apply within the zoning districts that only allow single detached development today, which are the R5, R6, R8, R10, and R20 zones. Our analysis focused on new construction, but the framework would also allow the conversion of existing homes to multi-unit homes. The framework does propose 2 standards that would differ from single detached development. Minimum parking requirements would be reduced from 1 space per unit to 0.5 spaces per unit. So, for example, a fourplex would only be required to provide 2 spaces, though a builder might choose to provide more spaces based on market demand. The rationale for reducing parking requirements is that some areas have good transit access, and residents might choose not to own a vehicle. Other areas further away from transit typically have low utilization of on-street public parking. Reducing parking requirements encourages the use of existing parking areas rather than paving over green space. Finally, the draft framework proposes to limit the overall square footage of a building to encourage the development of smaller scale housing options, such as 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes. The study's goal is to allow alternatives to 5 or 6 bedroom houses, and we don't want to unintentionally create a market for, say, 5 bedroom duplexes that would not reduce costs. It's also helpful to understand what's not in the draft framework. Staff studied reducing lot sizes for single detached housing, but did not include it in the draft framework because it would be the most expensive housing of all the types considered. Stacked townhouses would typically exceed the 35-foot height limit in the draft framework. These would only be allowed if they are designed within that height limit under the framework. Fair housing laws prohibit the county from requiring that housing be owner-occupied, so missing middle housing types could be rented or lived in by the owner. The draft framework also does not propose any changes to current standards for single detached housing or changes for duplexes and townhouses in zoning districts where they are currently allowed. However, these could be considered for future studies. This map shows where missing middle housing types would be allowed under the draft framework. While the framework would allow up to 8 units on any lot, lot coverage and other standards would mean that developments with more units would require larger lots. On this map, the lighter colored areas could generally support duplex and triplex development, and the darker color areas with very large lots would be able to accommodate, say, 6plexes and 8plexes. The next 2 slides are illustrations from our consultant that show how missing middle housing might look within the context of existing streets in Arlington single household neighborhoods. They're intended to convey scale, but not a particular architectural style. These examples show infill development on relatively small lots with varying ways of handling on-site parking. These examples all show parking at 1 space per unit. These are examples of larger scale buildings on larger lots with more units. The townhouse and 6plex examples both show parking at 1 on-site space per unit. The 8plex example on the right has 4 parking spaces behind the building with opportunities for additional parking on the street. The next few slides share an overview of our opportunities and impacts analysis. As I mentioned earlier, there's a very strong market for the large replacement homes that are being built today in Arlington. Missing middle housing types would be at an economic disadvantage in the market because they are newer products and are more complex and costly to build. As a result, we expect that most redevelopment would continue to be large single detached houses, and the growth of new housing types would be modest. Our consultants estimate that about 20 lots per year would redevelop as a missing middle project, resulting in about 100 units per year. This represents approximately 12% of the single household lots that would be expected to redevelop in any given year. When we talk about housing costs, I want to emphasize that new missing middle housing would not be affordable to households earning below 60% of the area median income. It is still new construction, and new construction is relatively expensive. However, our analysis indicates that a wider range of housing types could be attainable to households with incomes ranging from $108,000 to $200,000. Arlington is continuing to explore ways to create housing for households with lower incomes through a variety of other initiatives and programs. As you can see on this graphic, the lowest cost housing would be 1 and 2 bedroom units in 6plexes and 8plexes. Housing types with fewer units would be more expensive, although all missing middle housing types would cost significantly less than the $2 million single detached homes being built today. The incomes needed to attain these prices are still relatively high, but some housing options would be attainable to households at or even below the area median income. And households with incomes at the higher end of this range would have more options, potentially in more neighborhoods than they do today. We have translated the expected growth in missing middle housing to population growth, which would be about 150 new residents a year, distributed across nearly half of the county's land area. On the ground, it would provide an opportunity to welcome more neighbors within a similar building footprint as a single detached home. And the draft framework would only apply to areas that are zoned exclusively for single detached development. There would be no change to areas that are currently allow duplexes, townhouses, and smaller scale apartments. As noted previously, housing and population growth under the draft framework are expected to be modest and geographically dispersed across nearly half of the county's land area. We have shared the estimated housing growth with Arlington Public Schools, and they project that the draft framework would result in a net increase of 9 to 13 students per year. Because missing middle housing types would be subject to the same lot coverage and setback standards as single household development, impacts on stormwater management and tree canopy would be comparable to single detached redevelopment. Missing middle development would also be subject to the same land disturbance and stormwater mitigation requirements. Current teardown trends are creating challenges to our stormwater systems and tree canopy. Recent county investments in stormwater infrastructure and upcoming policies from the Flood Resilient Design Guidelines and the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan will be addressing these challenges. Equity has been at the core of the study from the very beginning. In considering the draft framework through an equity lens, we consider the county's 5 questions, starting with who would benefit. Residents who need smaller homes would have more options in more neighborhoods. Residents with disabilities could benefit from the availability of single-level homes. And the reduced income levels needed to access missing middle housing types could make housing more attainable to people of color, including 39% of Black or African American households, 39% of Hispanic or Latino households, and 60% of Asian households within our region. In thinking about who could be burdened by expanding housing choice, we consider renters who are the most at risk of displacement from redevelopment. The draft framework would apply in areas that have a relatively low proportion of renters compared to the county-wide average. Renters in these neighborhoods are already at risk of displacement from teardowns, and the pace of redevelopment is not expected to change if a wider range of housing is allowed. Neighborhoods that already have lower cost duplexes and townhouses and a higher proportion of renters would not be impacted by the draft framework proposal. Households with incomes below the level needed for missing middle housing types would not benefit from the draft framework. However, as we noted earlier, this study is just one piece of the county's Housing Arlington initiative, and other efforts are focused on meeting the housing needs of low and moderate income households. To sum up, the draft framework for expanding housing choice would offer more options to more Arlingtonians at more income levels than what is currently available. New housing options could benefit first-time homebuyers, empty nesters, and smaller households. If we do nothing, it will mean fewer housing options, both now and for future generations. The draft framework is also a first step to undoing the restrictive zoning laws that have led to racial disparities in housing and wealth-building opportunities for the past 90 years. However, expanding housing choice is just one of many pieces of the puzzle for addressing housing equity across Arlington. Parallel studies and initiatives under the Housing Arlington program are looking at ways to increase affordable housing and reduce barriers to homeownership. As part of our study's charge, we have identified areas that are beyond the study scope but are worth future consideration. A study of how the county can support homeownership is already underway. A more comprehensive study of zoning standards for single detached housing, particularly lot coverage requirements, could address both housing and environmental goals, and the county could revisit standards for missing middle housing types in zoning districts where they are currently allowed. County-wide efforts to adopt a new Forestry and Natural Resources Plan and Flood Resilient Design Guidelines could recommend zoning amendments that would further support stormwater and tree canopy goals. Now that the draft framework has been released, we're looking for community input from across Arlington through May 27th. A mailer has been sent to every resident in the county showing how to participate in the process. The online feedback form is now live, and county staff will host a virtual session to answer questions from the public tomorrow night. More information on the Phase 2 work and engagement opportunities can be found by going to the county website and searching Missing Middle Housing Study Phase 2. After the engagement period on the draft framework, staff will summarize the feedback received from the community. Staff will brief the county board on community feedback and refine policy framework at a work session in July. The study will move into Phase 3 in late summer and into the fall, where zoning changes to expand housing choice will be presented to the Planning Commission and County Board for their consideration. And we've also been in discussions with the LRPC chair to have an LRPC meeting in a June timeframe to discuss the feedback received from the community and to hear from LRPC and Planning Commissioners their feedback on the draft framework. So that concludes our presentation, and our staff team is happy to take questions on the draft framework and the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ladd. I think that we're just going to go to whomever has questions, and then if we don't run out of time, then we'll run out of steam. I'm seeing a number of hands up, and I'm going to go to Mr. Schroll first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ladd and Ms. Brown, for your presentation and also your work on this important topic. I know we've had a number of conversations during the course of your work on this, and also Mr. Tucker and Mr. Schroeder as well. A few questions. So first, on your slide 14, in one of the boxes, it said that you're going to set a maximum square footage for housing types. Wondering if that includes single family homes, because I think Mr. Ladd mentioned that we were not making changes to single family home dimensions. If you could clarify that.
Yes, thanks for that question, Commissioner Schroll. And I think that was, it's always a balance when you're putting a presentation like this together of how much detail to put into it. But I think this was one slide that we probably knew we were going to get to first. This does provide the details on what I mentioned on limiting the square footage of buildings. And under the draft framework, that would only apply to missing middle types, since that's our study scope is to study those types. But as I mentioned, we did recognize that there's interest in, potentially changes to single detached homes, and we've identified that as an area for future study.
Okay, I mean, I guess we can get into that more at our June meeting, but, and I'll be brief here, Mr. Chairman, and not to delve too quickly into comments, but I do think that is something that we need to be discussing. We can't just be discussing carrots. I think some sticks are part of this, and some limits on single family homes is part of it. All right, and then on your slide, and I guess also just a brief comment on this, if this isn't on the website, if this slide isn't there, this would be helpful information to have on the website as well for folks as they're responding to you. On your slide 17, if you could pull that up, you're showing all the information in context or the different.
Is that the
slide 17? Sorry.
Let me try that.
Yeah, that works. This is great. So wondering if what you're showing here with this other single family homes adjacent, does that represent full build out potential for those sites? Like, are those at 35 feet to the midpoint of the roof? Are they maxing out their square footage?
So these
coverage.
Right. So these are examples that are within those parameters. They're not necessarily maxing out those parameters. If it's a 8-foot setback requirement, these examples might have 10 feet or something like that. But they are all within those parameters.
Okay. Maybe it would encourage you to be showing what we're seeing in a lot of our neighborhoods on that, which is particularly North Arlington, which is not what you're shown here. And then I guess my last question, and then would pass to my colleagues, is how are you measuring success? What are your parameters to measure in 10 years, 20 years, whether this is successful and that we've gone far enough with this policy or whether we need to be revisiting it? What are your measurements or metrics? I've not seen that, and I might have missed it, but would welcome that.
I mean, our study goals, to go back to the beginning, are to increase housing supply and provide more options within our neighborhoods. So, that's, I know those aren't metrics, but those are very broad goals. And, certainly we will, if this is implemented, we will be evaluating it, to see if it is generally meeting those goals. And just maybe to use an analogy, the accessory dwelling units, where we staff and the county, there was initial zoning amendment, and it came back a couple of times to revise that, because we weren't necessarily seeing the units being produced, and now we're in a place where we are seeing those units being produced. So that's an example of a process where we put something out and we took time to iterate and see what was working and change the zoning.
Yeah, I welcome that analogy. So I guess what I'm hearing then is that if this fails and you don't get what you're seeing, then you would go the next logical step. Is that right? That you might, if you're to do some of the things you're considering in your additional study slide. Is that right, Mr. Ladd?
I mean, I don't know that I'm willing to concede that this would fail.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'll just jump in here. I think one of the things that we've learned through phase 2 is that, this change is going to be incremental. We have been seeing the results of one type of land use policy, that's pretty much stayed the same for the past 90 years. So this would be introducing some new policies that really, change that framework. And so the change will be incremental. And that's just something that we can expect. And I think we're going to learn a lot of lessons from this experience, and it will provide us with a lot of information for future study. And I think that those areas that we identify for future study, those are all areas that we're simply identifying at this point. We're not, committing the county to undertaking any of those efforts at this point, although some of them are certainly underway, such as the work through the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. So I think there's a lot of different dynamics that are going to be working together to try to, position Arlington to be a more sustainable community in the long term.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say, thank you for that, and then I'll cede the floor, Mr. Chairman, which is when we talk in June, I want to get into all this in greater detail, and count me skeptical still that this gets us where we want to go, and I will want to know that we're doing what the other jurisdictions who have taken these steps have done, and that we're not leaving out key actions that they've undertaken. So Minneapolis and other places that have, addressed this, Portland and other states that have addressed these issues, and that we're not stopping short for arbitrary reasons. But I know my colleagues have lots of questions, and we'll have another bite, another chance to talk about this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ladd and Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner Stroll. Commissioner Lattelmy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, thank you. This is a great start. I'm very encouraged by this opening salvo for missing middle. So that's good. And I also am very happy that you have putting together what it is not. I think that's going to be a very important component in this. That said, I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Those are great comments, and I'd like to sort of build on those. I'd like to see at some point some massing of what existing houses are allowed. What would be in an R20 zone? what is the maximum size or dimensions, and make it visualize that for a single detached house. They're going up now. We probably have some pictures of them in the county, but we should have that sort of thing to compare the various, duplex, eightplexes, whatever, with what could be there right now as a single detached house in its maximum form. I note that I think Portland, Oregon has its stick is that to build a new single detached house, I think it's limited to 2,500 square feet. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think it'd be worthwhile, as Commissioner Schroll said, to check out other jurisdictions that have gone ahead with this and see if they do have those sort of limitations in place. I'm not advocating it for at this point, but I would like to know what their experience is and the fact that they do it, how they're doing that. A couple questions on parking. Are we anticipating that houses built by right as duplexes, triplexes, whatever, would be able to participate in the residential parking programs in the various neighborhoods that are, R6 through 20? Or are we not there yet?
Yeah, I can answer that question. The households built by right under this would be eligible for residential parking.
Great, excellent answer.
In those neighborhoods.
Okay, good. And let's see, and I want to make clear that right now we have in our zoning ordinance the allowance of additional stories when a project is 100% affordable. Am I correct that that does not apply to R6 or R20? It would not apply under this proposal?
We have not contemplated applying that here.
And I also wanted to make sure that it not only that it isn't contemplated, but it right now does not allow that under the existing ordinance. So I don't have to answer right now, but I want to make that should also be part of what this is not. With that, I'll see the rest of my time and go on to my I'm anxious to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say.
Thank you. Going to you, Commissioner Gearan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, my camera, oh, there it is. And thank you, Ms. Brown and Mr. Ladd, and Ms. Badger, welcome. So I do have some clarifying questions, and I apologize if you've said this and I missed it. A lot of this, I'm just curious about how it's going to work in practice. I have definitely seen these forms of housing. This is very popular in Chicago, very desirable types of housing. We're talking about changing the zoning. Is that correct?
Yes, I thought Matt was going to jump in. I mean,
Okay.
that would be one of the recommendations, I think, the direction that we would be seeking from the board at the end of phase 2. And to realize these changes, you would need to amend the zoning ordinance.
And how does that work for the housing that's in these areas? Does that go into place when someone decides to put in a different type of housing, or does everyone get reassessed when this zoning change potentially gets approved?
So I think that's a detail for phase 3
Okay.
and we'll probably get a number of questions that are very detailed. We're at a phase 2 kind of policy level right now. Is this the right approach? And then if it is the right approach, or however it gets refined through the community engagement process, then we would really get into the details of, okay, how do we implement this through the zoning ordinance? What are the zoning text amendments and the maps that might need to be added to the zoning ordinance to allow this to happen?
Okay, then building off my other commissioners, Schroll and then tell me in their comments, I suspect some of these other jurisdictions that have eliminated single family housing have an example for how they've done that. I'm just curious because I know sometimes when we make those changes, the change goes in effect right away with the change in the potential use. All right, and then the next question, I guess I'm building off of Commissioner Schroll's question. So the way you would determine success is just an increase in this type of housing. So not necessarily occupied by lower income households, but an increase in this type of housing and to some extent seeing this type of housing in more areas in the community. Is that right? Because I'm also trying to wrap my head around how will we know if it worked?
Yes, I think that's right. And certainly, and I don't know. I mean, we will be able to see if this is implemented and things are built. You know, we'll see. We would certainly be looking at the pace of growth, and we certainly would be looking at the cost of housing. You know, is it in line with what we have analyzed here? And we think that we have put forward in the draft framework a proposal that would likely result in smaller housing units.
Yeah.
You know, and by being smaller and by being shared with multiple units within a lot, you know, we think that they would certainly be lower cost than a 5 or 6 bedroom single detached home.
I absolutely agree. And as someone who used to be a housing coordinator in the Bay Area in California, there's not enough money in the world for us to subsidize all the affordable housing that we want. So I welcome us looking at different options, including smaller units, but still in a variety of neighborhoods. Okay, so and Commissioner Lynn told me asked about the parking. I was curious. You guys have answered a lot of the questions already, but could you please also spend a little more time explaining to me how we will incentivize this sort of development? Because I'm not clear how that happens. We do tend to see everybody build to the high end of the market, high end luxury new apartment buildings, bigger and bigger single family detached homes.
Right. Well, these will be new construction, and new construction is always built at the top of the market. And you know, even looking at a large home that was built this year versus a large home that was built 20 years ago, you know, you'll probably see a difference in the price. So prices do change over time, at least relative to the market. So in terms of incentivizing these types of units, you know, first we're talking about allowing them, and we think that there is a small market for them. We think that they can have a reasonable rate of return to a builder, but we also recognize that the large single detached houses also have an attractive rate of return to the developer. So you know, how do we regulate missing middle, and how do we regulate single detached in a way that is more equitable?
Have we thought about expedited permitting for a developer who opts to go with something like this versus single family on the same lot?
That's certainly an idea we could take under consideration.
Well, just to kind of get the ball rolling and see if we can get developers interested in this. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Going to Commissioner Hughes.
I think you're muted.
Commissioner Hughes, you're muted. Try pulling the boom down on your headset. That might. Nope. Nope. Why don't, Commissioner Hughes, I suggest you try unplugging and replugging what you need to unplug and replug, and I'll go to Commissioner Lynn, tell me, and then come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to follow up on something you said, Mr. Lyda, in response to Commissioner Guerin. You're talking about new construction. This would also permit by right existing homeowners to change the character of their existing house, essentially carve it into a couple of units. We had an example of that in Aurora Highlands coming before us as a site plan, which we all thought was utterly crazy to have to do that. But that homeowner, if this went through, could go ahead and do that by right then. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. You know, as long as it meets those standards that we've set forth under the draft framework, and then it would be also subject to the building code, which changes as you add more units,
right.
And you know, and obviously can add costs to a project.
Because apparently in World War II, my house was carved into 2 units, then restored to a single unit at some point. That said, okay, yeah, so that's a good point, and that I think that answered that question. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Letton, or Commissioner Hughes. We'll try with you again. Commissioner Hughes, we're still not hearing you. I'm hearing something, Commissioner Hughes, as you're moving around. So something is picking up.
Maybe just unplug the headset and try it off of your computer or speakers to see if that does anything.
Or calling in for your audio.
Also that.
Not hearing anything from you, Commissioner Hughes, still. It is *6 to unmute if you're calling in by phone. That wasn't to you, Commissioner Hughes. That was to someone else.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
What? It works. Oh, finally. I get to say thank you to Mr. Ladd and Ms. Brown for your presentation. So first of all, I want to lead off with that, like my fellow commissioners. That was I know this has been a ton of work. I saw in your presentation the zoning ordinance amendment, which I think is the most important part of this. I know that at the moment you have come forward with a proposal, you're looking for feedback, and then afterwards you intend to make modifications as necessary. My concern is that we're going to not leave ourselves with enough time for the zoning ordinance, which is going to be the rubber meets the road, and honestly how we actually get it done, and where the nuances of whether it succeeds or fails are going to happen. So what is staff's current plan for the review cycle? I was looking at it myself, and I kind of felt like you were telling me we're going to do a 31 July drop, take off for August, and look forward to the county board action in October. Was I reading that wrong, or was I reading that sort of in the plan that's laid out in the PowerPoint?
Well, I don't know that that's exactly right, but it is close. You know, we do intend to go to the board with a work session in July that I expect will be toward the earlier part of July, and you know, certainly we would want to go to ZOCO with our zoning ordinance amendments, and whether that happens in late July or that happens in September, you know, we know it won't be happening in August, but we are thinking about that, and we're talking about the fall for ultimate adoption here. So you know, that could be October, but you know, given what you just said about, you know, the need for review and the need to go to ZOCO and sort of socialize any zoning ordinance amendments, you know, it might be say November when we would go for adoption.
I won't get into comments too deeply, but I would say that for staff's internal deliberations, if this commissioner would like at least 3 zoning meetings, I think that's the level of detail that this sort of zoning amendment would require for us to have a fully vetted zoning ordinance change. But that's just my own things. The final question I had, Commissioner Weir, if you don't mind, I just only had 2. And I keep hearing it, Ms. Brown and Mr. Ladd, from your presentations in the study itself, and I was just trying to understand staff's thinking on it. There's this statement in there that more or less the smaller the lot size, the less anticipated units the missing middle study anticipates. In other words, that a 5,000 split lot may not be appropriate for a 6 or 7-plex. And my head got spinning on that, mainly because the most examples I've seen of not fully legal, well, perfectly legal examples of 6, 5, and 7-plexes have all been on 6,000 square foot lots in the county. I'm thinking of the Blue Building on Wilson Boulevard, which is nothing more than 5 master bedrooms with individual locks and a shared kitchen that one person rents out to all their friends. So I'm just curious where staff came to that conclusion and what's driving it. Are we putting minimums in place for unit size, or what is staff's thought on that one?
So we wouldn't be putting minimums in place for you know, for minimum lot sizes, other than the underlying minimum lot size for the zone.
Well, that's a bigger issue there. Just to be careful. That's a
right. So we are
non-conforming issue.
Right. The draft framework does propose to keep the existing minimum lot sizes for the underlying zone, whether it's 5,000 square feet for R5 or 6,000 square feet for R6, et cetera. And then there are provisions in the ordinance for legally non-conforming lots, lots that existed that were legal at some point. And we would have to work. That's another phase 3 question of sort of how would that work through the process. But I would say that you can build a single detached house on a legally non-conforming lot today. So I would expect we would try to find a way that you could build a missing middle house on a legally non-conforming lot.
May I jump in here and just add a bit more to Matt's explanation? So I think, one of the things you were wondering, Stephen, is how we can, excuse me, Mr. Hughes, how we can fit, why we don't think that you could fit 6 to 8 units on a 6,000 square foot lot. And I think, what's driving us to that conclusion is actually the recommendation to use the same lot coverage standards or abide by the same lot coverage standards as are in place for single family development today. So essentially for a 6,000 square foot lot, your box, the size of your building envelope can only be so big. So a developer would be welcome to, put 6 or 8 units in that size building envelope if they felt like they could. From our design analysis and what we had learned from our consultants about, what is desired in the modern market in terms of like actually having a couple closets, it makes it hard. So that's why, what we are identifying as a key finding here is that on those smaller lots, like a 6,000 square foot lot, you would be more likely to realize a duplex or a triplex. And so it's really the larger lots where the building envelope could be large enough to accommodate 6 to 8 units. Does that help?
It doesn't, and I don't want to belabor the point, Ms. Brown. My simple point for staff's own is the actual build-out condition we experience today. When we look around the areas around the RB corridor, Lion Village less so, but Lion Park and Ashland Heights are prime examples of areas where people have skirted the legal rules to the maximum extent allowable to achieve the same functional result. And they've done so, generally speaking, with regular 6,000, 50, the smaller conforming lots. So I think I just want staff to make sure that they keep in mind that we're not talking about JBG coming forward who has a banker behind them with a particular metric of a pro forma that they want to see as far as the payout to get their money. We're talking with a guy who might have an extra couple hundred or few hundred laying around who's really trying to make some more money, and so it's a little different mentality that goes into that and risk taking. So I just see that, and I kept reading that in your report, and it was the one thing that just kept making me going back to myself and saying that I lived hand that out. So just to take that back, but I will reiterate, this whole conversation we just had though makes me really say you need 3 zoning ordinances, and so I really hope you to think about it, because I remember the Commissioner Gutschall, we had this conversation at ADUs when we had the non-conforming issue when half of us sitting in the room looked around and said all of us have non-conforming lots. Fundamentally, it's a very common occurrence across the county. So I do think that it's important that we get the actual text out as soon as possible, because that's truly where the rubber meets the road. We can draw all these nice pictures and planning all day long, but until we see the zoning ordinance text, we really don't know what's possible, what the realm of possibility is. So thank you, Ms. Brown, and thank you, Mr. Ladd. You guys, wow, what a lot of work, and it looks great. So thank you.
Any other members of the commission who have any questions or for Mr. Ladd and Ms. Brown? Go back to you, Commissioner Latelmi.
Chair Weir, this is Commissioner Peterson.
Oh, Commissioner Peterson, I'm so sorry. I had seen your name at one point. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Latelmi. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. And I'm having so many technical difficulties tonight that are all on my side of things. So I appreciate everybody's patience with me trying to participate in the meeting. So the question I had, and I think my colleagues might have already gotten to this earlier, and so if it's already been answered, I'll just rewatch the recording, but I may have missed it with my technical problems. I just wanted to clarify that when you, update the zoning to allow for all of these new types of developments, triplexes, sixplex, eightplex, would a developer have to go through the SPRC process at all to build this, or would that then be considered by right because the zoning has been updated and therefore they could bypass this process, which can sometimes be very expensive and timely and therefore discouraging to a developer that could just build, a very large McMansion on the same property?
So thank you for that question and the opportunity to clarify that. So for the concept that we're presenting tonight, the draft framework, these would be allowed by right as long as they meet the standards that are set forth in the presentation, meaning that they wouldn't go to SPRC and they wouldn't need county board approval. They would be built the same as single detached homes that are built today.
Okay, and so it's your estimation that the average eightplex building would easily be built by right, that a developer wouldn't want to say, oh, well, actually, I could do a little bit more and I'm probably going to have to go through the process because there's some nuance that that most developers might have to address, or you're thinking that pretty much any standard eightplex that would want to be built could easily be built by right and without the STRC process?
Well, I guess what we're saying is we're putting forth a process that is the same process as single detached homes that are built today, and they're, for the most part, those are built without exceptions. And if they do have exceptions, they go through the Board of Zoning Appeals, rather than SPRC isn't reviewing single detached houses. I think how that would work with the BZA and whether exceptions would be allowed. That's a phase 3 detail that we haven't totally contemplated yet. We're still trying to, get the high level policy concept out there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Back to you then, Commissioner Lantelmi. Thank you, Commissioner Peterson.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Commissioner Hughes raised this, and I'd like to follow up a little more on it. How will this interact with our ADU provisions? In that if we have an eightplex within the volume of an existing single detached, we could still have an ADU in the backyard, which would allow presumably 9 units on the site?
Well, and remember that there are 2 types of ADUs. There's interior ADUs, and then there are the detached ADUs. So under this concept, and it's
with the separate ones.
Right. It's the interior ones would, we may not see any more of those if this were implemented, because it would be more flexible than the current ADU standards. Going from 1 unit to 2 units. For the detached, and this isn't in the presentation, but it is something that we had discussed as staff. We're thinking along the lines of not changing the way that those are currently regulated, which is they require they can only be built with a single detached. So your scenario of an eightplex, and then you could potentially have a 9th unit on the property. That's not considered under this draft framework.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this topic? So I will again thank Mr. Ladd and Ms. Brown. Commissioner Steinberger.
Sorry, I just following up on Commissioner Lantelmi. Whoa, that is not in good camera angle. Okay, and I'm basically look like a ghost. Sorry, guys. Hi. Following up with regards to it evened out. Following up with regards to Commissioner Lantelmi's question, is there still a consideration to allowing an accessory dwelling unit on a multi-unit property? I'm just curious to why we if we did consider that, what led us to the conclusion that we would not make that change, or if that's still something that maybe could be considered. I don't have strong feelings. I just want to know where we got to on that.
Right. So just a little bit on process here, right? So we've put this framework out, and it's really the framework is sort of intended to be a tool to start these kinds of conversations that we're having tonight.
Okay.
So obviously nothing is set in stone. We're just starting our community engagement, and policy. A framework that's out there can be refined in many ways between now and when we go back to the board in July. And that's why we're having these conversations. And to that end, we do have our online community feedback form that we have put out and are encouraging everyone to fill out has thought of a number of different areas where this framework could go in a different direction. As an example, one of the questions is, would you be comfortable with additional height above 35 feet? Or there's a question on, would you be comfortable with not having any parking requirement? Or would you prefer that we go back to the 1 space per unit parking requirement? So we do have specific actionable feedback questions there. We're not, we had to sort of limit it, the questions that we're asking. But if we do hear a lot from the community, and there is an opportunity for open comment on that form. So if we're hearing from the Planning Commission and we're hearing from others that we think it's very important to, in your example, allow accessory dwellings in addition to a missing middle housing type, we'll take that under consideration.
Just to add, though, one thing in terms of kind of why we are, at least at this point in time, proposing that we would not allow an additional detached accessory dwelling. One of our real driving considerations here, and this goes back to the priorities and concerns, is addressing our stormwater management concerns and tree canopy. And we know that detached accessory dwellings contribute to overall lot coverage. So if you build, a garage, a detached accessory dwelling, that is a portion of your lot coverage that you could then not use to build your main dwelling. So it takes away really your potential to have a certain number of units in your main dwelling. So it's kind of just like it ends up being basically about like how you want to allocate your developable area on your lot. And so at this point in time, we thought it would be simpler to not allow detached accessory dwellings and really have the priority focus be on, having as many of those units in the main dwelling. But Matt made a really great point. I mean, I think that this is an area where we would be interested in feedback.
Thank you.
Going once, going twice. Thank you all, Mr. Tucker as well. I don't believe Mr. Tucker is on, but thank you to everyone who has been involved so far. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the next item. But before you do, I have to step away for a second. Commissioner Lantelmi has agreed to take over the metaphorical gavel. I expect to be back in the next 15 minutes or so. Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next item?
Item number 2 is the Heights Use Permit Amendment for Arlington Public Schools to allow below-grade parking structure with a lighted recreation field above, located at 1601 Wilson Boulevard. We have Olivia Sontag from the Planning Division to give a staff presentation.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Sontag. The metaphorical floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Give me just a second to share my screen. So sorry, I'm having issues pulling it up.
Olivia, if you run into problems, I can share my screen if I'm made a presenter.
Okay, thanks, Rob. All right, let me know if you all can see that.
Yes, we can see that. It's on my screen.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry about that. So good evening again. My name is Olivia Sontag. I'm the planner and CPHD in the planning division. This is a use permit amendment for the Heights building, formerly known as the Wilson School. So the site's located on the corner of Wilson here and Quinn. Here's the 7-Eleven on the corner just for reference. You can see the tiers of the existing Heights building here beneath the phase 1 label. And then phase 2 is highlighted in yellow at the back along 18th Street and North Quinn Street here. And then you can also see the completed Roslyn Highlands playground up there in the northeast corner. So to provide some quick background, the West Roslyn area plan was approved by the county board in 2017, and it included a 775-seat school with the field, the new fire station, 892 residential units, 249 committed affordable units, 30,000 square feet of retail, 2 public parks, a reconstructed 18th Street North, and then a new North Pierce Street, which runs between the fire station and the Roslyn Highlands Park. So at the same meeting in February of 2017, the county board approved the Wilson School, which included that 5-story school with 2 of those levels below grade, totaling 180,000 square feet, 775 students as kind of defined in the RAP. And then it supports 2 programs, the HP Woodlawn Secondary Program and the Shriver Program. This approval also included 100 off-site parking spaces in the Aubrey Garage. These are permanent parking spaces provided to APS. The county board did, however, defer consideration of the field and garage until the removal of the temporary fire station on the site, which you can see here in the graphic up in the corner. The temporary fire station was removed in November of 2021. The board directed APS at that meeting to study parking demand and to analyze and justify construction of additional on-site parking as part of the phase 2 development. So here are some of the renderings that were provided in the 2017 process. You can see the school here. At the time, here's kind of a snippet of what the field connection would have looked like to the school. Over here, you can see the schools in the background here. This is a view from the proposed Highlands Park, which has now been built, and then looking out over onto the field in this direction. This is across 18th Street down in the corner where you can see the proposed partially below grade parking garage with the field on top of it. And then here was the proposed combined entrance to the parking garage and to the Shriver program entrance. So with phase 2, with the temporary fire station removed, APS proposes a use permit amendment to add a 61 space partially below grade parking garage with a synthetic lighted turf field above. This APS design provides an identified need for staff, visitor, delivery, and ADA parking on site and under the control of APS. It also provides covered and secure storage for bikes, a covered entrance for the Shriver program, and that the synthetic lighted turf field above in accordance with the MOA that was signed between APS and the county. APS also proposes a tilt with amphitheater seating on the northwest corner to accommodate that entrance to the parking garage in the Shriver program. And you can see that here in this graphic where these hash marks are. So staff does recognize the advantages of providing dedicated parking on site, as well as controlled and a safe environment for ADA parking spaces and access for students into the school's Shriver program. But we do believe that elements of the garage and field structure could be revised to better meet the goals of the RAP and the MTP, as well as them better into the surrounding community. So staff is exploring conditions that could further mitigate the impact of the garage and field, and we'll cover each of these items in the next several slides. So I'll go ahead and invite Rob Gibson and DES to present the analysis, the staff analysis of the 18th Street width, the parking lane, and streetscape, and then I'll jump back in to cover our analysis of the field elevation. Rob?
Thank you, Olivia. Okay. So as we look at the phase 2 development, staff's identified 2 core MTP policies that should be analyzed with this, in addition to the data that the county board requested in initially deferring the case. The first policy is policy number 6, to ensure that the minimum parking needs are met and excess parking is not built, divert resources saved by reducing excess off-street parking to other community benefits. And then there's also policy 13, which really applies in this case because of the unique nature of the programs offered at the Heights building by APS. That policy is to provide travel options for persons with disabilities through reserved access to curb space and dedicated off-street parking with enforcement. And so as we talk about the next elements, hopefully these will help frame us. When the county board deferred this in 2017, the development of the field and the garage below, they requested that APS come back and provide parking utilization data to help ensure that excess parking wouldn't end up being built. APS undertook a large data collection effort looking at multiple transportation needs for the site and studying the site extensively. That's documented within multimodal transportation assessment that's also included this parking data here. This parking data shows the utilization of the 100 spaces within the Aubrey garage in dark green. In lighter green, it shows the utilization of the non-APS spaces within the first level of the garage. And then the red line shows the 100 spaces of the APS, and then the blue line shows the total capacity of the first floor at 222 spaces. APS's data indicated that about 85% of their parking was utilized at the peak period just before lunch midday at the Aubrey garage, and that roughly 75 additional spaces were used within the rest of the garage. That left about 75 spaces of additional capacity that went underutilized at any given time, even during peak utilization. We note that APS also is renting 30 additional spaces at the 1776 garage. The MMTA did not study the hourly utilization of those because of the way that garage is set up, and their spaces are not sequestered into a particular area for APS. So generally, the data shows that there's about 115 spaces of parking demand for APS's staff and teachers. It also shows that there's additional capacity within the Aubrey garage that could support all the APS parking demand that is being proposed in the on-site garage. with the exception of the way different users are proposed to use the garage at the site. Next slide. In addition to the 100 spaces in the Aubrey garage, APS also looked at the utilization of 3 ADA spaces that were constructed specifically along Quinn Street, directly adjacent to the Shriver entrance. Those spaces were built specifically to support operations at the Shriver program, and APS found that there were the peak demand occurred roughly between 9 and 9:40 and 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning, and during that time period, there was more demand for ADA spaces than there was supply. That's in part because there were multiple types of users, non-ADA pickup and drop off, and then non-pickup and drop off operations, and then ADA pickup and drop off operations. The on-street ADA spaces required additional enforcement to ensure availability. APS found that there was a significant number of times throughout the day that the spaces were blocked by other users, whether it be rideshare drivers, people going into 7-Eleven, or even APS service vehicles that couldn't fit in the loading berth. And that's a summary of the ADA findings. Next slide. So in addition to providing ADA parking directly adjacent to the Shriver entrance, the proposed project helps support additional users. It does provide covered ADA parking below the garage. It would support parking demand for other use types, including visitor parking, additional staff parking, short-term staff parking, bicycle parking, and additional service spaces. So the garage that's proposed by APS will provide additional function, and the ADA spaces that are proposed provide really the highest level of service or quality of service for the users, as opposed to parking on street, which might not be a covered parking space that may be adjacent, or parking in the Aubrey garage, which would be covered but not adjacent to the Shriver main entry. And next slide. So as APS looks at, as we look at this, we are recommending that there be a number of mitigations along 18th Street that are considered with this project. The first mitigation being that APS develop a detailed operations and safety plan for the closure of 18th Street on a daily basis. We think that this is really important in this case because the proposed garage is introducing a much more significant conflict that APS will have to manage along 18th Street, as they will have to manage vehicles going in and out of the garage, along with buses and pedestrians that would be using 18th Street at morning arrival and dismissal. This is a pretty significant conflict that needs to be managed. Arlington County has identified that neither DES nor Arlington County Police have additional resources to manage this closure. And so we recommend that APS, through a use permit condition, agree to really implementing a culture of safety around the closure of this street to ensure the safety of APS's users, along with the general public. Ensure that APS is providing training and staffing for this safe closure of this street, along with providing equipment to safely close the street. Next slide. Olivia. There we go. In addition to the operations challenges, we identified that there is a significant concern about the design that was put forth by APS regarding the street width. APS has proposed to narrow the street compared to how it has been constructed today and how it was approved in the phase 1. The narrowing of the street would remove the 9-foot parking lane along the south side of the street adjacent to APS's frontage. That narrowing of the street, along with APS's need to operate the street to support 2 rows of buses, because they have unified the bell times for the programs at the site, would require the northern parking lane to be cleared of all parked vehicles twice daily. We feel that that's not an expectation that could occur twice a day without significant enforcement and activities. And if enforcement failed, there would be vehicles in that lane that would create operational challenges for APS that we don't think is sustainable. What we do recommend, and I'll have Olivia change the slide here. I think our next slide is the street cross section. This demonstrates what APS has proposed along 18th Street, a narrower street section, and then a 7, almost 8-foot landing area for students to board and alight the buses, then a 5-foot tree zone, and then a 10-foot clear sidewalk adjacent to the face of the garage. Next slide. So we've identified this concern to APS, and they have brought back an alternative design that they'll talk about in their presentation. This would maintain the parking lane. However, it would have an impact on the streetscape. Particularly, it would prohibit the provision of street trees. APS has found that the street trees adjacent to the curb can be very challenging for bus operations, particularly the ADA buses that support the site, as they could have students boarding and lighting from lifts at the front and rear of the site of the buses. Next slide. So with that, without otherwise moving the face of the garage, that would leave approximately a 15-foot wide streetscape that could be used as a combined boarding and lighting and sidewalk zone. Staff's recommending that a minimum the back 2 feet of that streetscape be turned into some sort of planting to soften the edge of the garage and provide a little bit of buffer from the edge of the garage. Next.
Thanks, Rob, and I'll take over from here. Thank you. So again, just to summarize on this one, with this width and with the proximity and the height of the parking structure wall, it's unlikely that this design could support street trees. So without changing the placement of the parking structure wall, there's only limited room for a 2-foot or wide or so planting strip and seating on the face of the parking garage wall. The APS proposed design with a 22-foot streetscape could support trees, but this is at the expense of removing the parking lane, which staff doesn't support at this time. So this is the proposed streetscape envisioned in the RAP, which includes parking lanes on both sides of the street, a 2.5-foot wide area for light poles, a minimum 10-foot wide sidewalk, and then optional width for planting. So in this, in an alternative streetscape design, where that southern parking lane does remain, staff has recommended moving the light poles to the field to minimize conflicts on the street, which APS is exploring. And then a 13-foot combined bus boarding and alighting and clear sidewalk zone. And then a minimum of a 2-foot planting or seating buffer along the garage at the back of the sidewalk. So APS proposes the field at an elevation of 180 feet at grade with the Heights Building Level 1. And it's also at grade with the Rosalind Highlands Park at the southeast corner of the field. When in 2017, a very similarly proposed project was presented, and they had proposed the field at an elevation of 175. So lowering the field back to 175, staff believes could provide many different benefits to the site, including better integration into the Roslyn Highlands Park with an at-grade field access along the midpoint and along much more of their shared boundary, visibility from the midpoint of the east field entrance to the park. It'd be an opportunity for an accessible entrance to the field from North Quinn Street, providing improved access for students and the public, a less imposing wall along 18th Street North, potentially improved conditions for street trees along 18th Street North with a shorter wall and shorter fencing. Better visibility of the architecture of the school, and then better natural lighting conditions for some of the Schreiber program classrooms located at the ground level. So in conclusion, at this stage, the county manager does not have a recommendation on the proposal, and staff is interested in continuing to consider community and commission feedback. So that concludes our presentation, and just an overview of the process so far. So again, the original phase 1 was approved in 2017. We did hold a PFRC meeting on April 14th. So far, we've gone to the Parks and Rec Commission, and then the Transportation Commission this past Thursday, and then we're here this evening. And we are targeting a county board meeting on May 14th. And thank you. I believe the applicant has prepared a presentation to share.
Thank you, Ms. Sundig. I'm back, by the way, Mr. Bergen. When you're ready.
Would it be possible to be made a presenter so I could share our presentation?
Ms. Badger, I think that that is a lever that you are sitting with.
Yes, you are now a presenter.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. And I'll be sharing my screen in a moment. Chair Weir, can you confirm you can see the presentation?
Yes, and you're good. You're good. I can see it.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Commissioners, we appreciate the opportunity to provide our presentation on the project this evening. My name is Benjamin Bergen. I'm the Assistant Director of Design and Construction for Arlington Public Schools. I'm joined by several members of my team, the project team, Jeff Chambers, Director of Design and Construction, Robin Hodges, Project Manager for APS are present. We also have representatives from VMDO, the project's architect, Gordon, the project civil engineer, and Grove Slade, the multimodal transportation consultant and author of the MMTA. So for the sake of brevity, I'll go through some of the content. There is some overlap between what county staff presented, so I'll just sort of scoot past some of that so we can carry on to our discussion. County staff provided an excellent summary of the project. Just a couple of things to add from APS perspective. This facility opened in 2019. Based on our current schedule of completion of this phase 2, that school site would have been in a temporary mode for over 4 years. And temporary meaning everything north of the face of the building itself is a temporary manner, meaning they've had a sort of inadequate playing field. It's a natural turf field. I'll show some images of and some of the challenges we currently have with that a little bit later. But also just access to the facility and some of the transportation components have been very challenging. We do have the opportunity of some non-theoretical and actual kind of observation of some of our transportation issues. They are documented in the MMTA, which found that this project will not have a negative impact on the multimodal network, but would provide quite a number of benefits to some of the issues that we're having. This project is fundamentally about completing the capital project at the Heights building. This is scope that was intended to be constructed when we contemplated our phase 1 building. It was separated into 2 developments because of the need of Arlington County to have a home for a temporary fire station 10 while it was being constructed next door. A couple of illustrations just to show the temporary fire station on the left-hand side of the image. As I mentioned, everything north of the building edge was constructed intentionally to be a temporary condition. Our final condition on the right-hand side shows the play field with the tilt-up that functions to help facilitate access to the underground structure and provide seating to the play field. A number of links here are provided, dating all the way back to 2004 when the RAP study was initiated. A couple of key dates from our perspective. In April of 2015, the school board started concept design with the building level planning committee. About 2 years into that effort, in February of 17, as county staff mentioned, the county board did approve our school building project, but deferred the scope that is being presented here. Since opening in 2019, we've had several discussions amongst our school board on the nature and the scope related to phase 2. I'll show a little bit later some of the alternatives that were considered, but ultimately during discussions of the capital improvement plan about this time that started about this time last year, the school board ultimately selected the scope that is being presented to you today, included it in their capital improvement plan, and also had it was subject of a discussion in a joint county board school board CIP work session last year. As Ms. Sontag mentioned, the temporary fire station was moved in November. In December of 21, we completed our data collection for the MMTA. And then in February of this year, we submitted our application materials for county review. A few of the alternatives that were considered across the last couple of years, but ultimately dismissed, are identified here. And they range anywhere from option B was sort of let's create a pedestrian access to the lower level of the Heights building and construct the field, but then do not provide any on-site vehicular facilities at all. That was considered as part of option B. Option C is very similar to the scope that you see this evening, with the exception of sort of build half of the garage approach. Ultimately, that proved to be almost as costly as building the entire structure, which was one of the key reasons why it was sort of removed from consideration. And then, excuse me, the two option Ds were more considered to be an extension of a temporary condition than a permanent fix. So it was either replacing the area of the temporary fire station with a natural grass surface, which was option D1, or option D2 was use that facility as a sort of a surface parking solution. Both of those option D scenarios did include a covered access to the building. So our proposed design is fundamentally about improving access to the building, improving safety for the building, and improving operations to what we're observing at the site. These elements I'll sort of touch on going through some of the renderings where it's easier to sort of facilitate. There are several key differences between the application that we had in 2017 when this was brought forward in conjunction with our building in the proposal that we're seeing today. The field elevation has changed. I'll go into that extensive detail in a little bit. The street frontage along 18th Street has changed to sort of meet issues and expected issues, and not only what is currently occurring, but issues in what we would expect as part of this phase 2. We had a difference in the number of parking spaces proposed. Initially, it was 93 spaces, where we hadn't really given a lot of intentional thought about the specific uses. At current, we have 61 spaces, and we have a very detailed list of our at least our initial uses of those spaces, subject to review and observation as that facility comes online. Another component is related to the field egress. Admittedly, this was an element that was not fully resolved in 2017 when this proposal came forward. At that time, we identified 2 exits off of the field, and in discussions with the building code office, we would be required to provide 4 means of egress from the field. And I'll be able to identify those and demonstrate the impact of that change in the subsequent materials. So related to TDM, we had intended to use the 2020 APS Go. It's a division-wide TDM survey that tracks both student and staff drive rates and ways of getting to our facilities. That survey and that effort launched right about the same time the pandemic occurred in early 2020. APS schools facilities closed for a long time, and that responses to that survey were very low, and ultimately that survey was canceled. It's sort of in an unrelated but an important note here. In March of 2021, the county board approved an omnibus change to our TDM conditions. Prior to that change, we had multiple disparate TDM requirements across our site. As that effort evolved throughout the county, we were asked to be conformed to different TDM requirements. That action sort of aligns the TDM gathering with our division-wide studies. But at this time, the next division-wide APS Go survey has not been scheduled. To try to compensate for not having that data, we had to get a little creative in assembling the data that we did have, and we provided that in our MMTA document. A few visuals around the existing conditions of 18th Street. So at current, the street is closed to public traffic during times of arrival and dismissal. We currently use the extent from North Quinn Street to about the mid-block crossing, and double stack the buses. You can see that in this image on the right-hand side. This line of buses adjacent to the curb are typically reserved for those for the Striver program. Many of those students have severe disabilities and require the use of a wheelchair lift to disembark and alight and board the bus, the buses. There's some large challenges with the existing condition. First of all, the sidewalk is woefully inadequate for the kind of activity that is planned and we actually use it for. These photos were taken prior to the temporary fire station site being fully removed, so that those barriers and fences are no longer there. However, that sidewalk width is a major challenge for us because we have student queuing, we have students in wheelchair or other mobility devices trying to get off and board buses. Right now, there's the benefit of permeability between the edge of the sidewalk and the field. There could be some queuing and sort of staging on the field right next to the sidewalk. In our final condition, that won't be the case. So this, county staff identified both our 2022 proposal and the alternative being considered. Some of the issues that I mentioned on the previous slide were the impetus of providing a wider sidewalk to try to give greater amount of real estate for all those functions and activities to occur. But in response to the county feedback, particularly about the ability to clear and manage parking on the north side parking line of our site, we are considering and evaluating this an alternative that maintains the parking lane, but reduces the overall sidewalk width. Mr. Gibson showed this image in his presentation of our proposed operations. I won't spend too much time of it, only to note that, based on the observations, the buses occupy the street, and the street would be formally closed from about 8:45 to 9:25 a.m. For arrival, and then 3:40 to 3:30 for dismissal. This is the alternative configuration. You also saw this when Mr. Gibson presented his material. And then likewise, these sections you've also seen before. I won't spend a lot of time on them. Just go through them fairly quickly. On the topic of the impact of the street trees, this alternative configuration is something that we're sort of continue to investigate and identify the impacts of. But I'll just scroll, if you allow me, I'll scroll up. So our initial proposal had 9 street trees along 18th Street. We feel that in our alternative proposal, we can maintain 2 of those. With the other 7, we're very concerned about. And primarily when in this configuration where there is a parking lane, likewise, Mr. Gibson mentioned the county not necessarily having the resources to police and to guarantee that those spaces would be empty and available for APS's use. We feel like in some conditions our buses are going to have to dodge illegally parked vehicles. And to do that, their wheelchair lifts may end up extending onto the sidewalk in locations where, in not the perfectly planned layout that is shown on the screen. So we do feel like maintaining as much flexibility and clearance between the curb to the edge of the structure is important to help our operations. This is a section that we developed to show the condition at North Quinn. On the key plan, North Quinn is along here, and then 18th Street is up here. So at this location, at the corner of 18th and Quinn, you essentially enter at grade to a sloped walkway that extends the entire length of the structure all the way down to the building entrance. You enter at the G1 level, which is adjacent to the Shriver Program and Administrative Area. So this section is taken very, very far south along the building structure. We've identified an approximately 23, 24 foot sloped walkway. Some of that is occupied by the bike racks that you'll see and plan in a few moments. But most of that is dedicated to arriving to the building entrance itself. At this particular condition, you're about 8 feet from the edge of the slab to the elevation at Quinn Street. Our proposal shows a guardrail here extending above at the Quinn Street. You'll see that much more effective to see in some of the renderings, but that it's important for us to maintain as much transparency and view from Quinn Street down into this area for safety and monitoring purposes. So at the Quinn Street level, we have approximately 11-foot sidewalk followed to the west by a tree zone, and then Quinn Street. This is a good slide to land on to describe some of the issues with access. Ms. Sontag explained in her presentation how if the field was lower, there could be an opportunity for an accessible access at Quinn Street. We have analyzed that, and we have concluded that certainly that it would not be feasible. An approximation, the field elevation would be nearly at the top of the entrance doors themselves, which would create quite a clearance issue for at that location, and would not be representative of a major building entrance. And I'll discuss that a little bit further on in the presentation. Turning the discussion to the field area itself, a couple of views from the temporary field as it exists today. And this is a good illustration of what we're trying to avoid in our future condition. At this area this is approximately the 180 elevation that being discussed. We have sort of a rolling hill, and then the rest of the grade slopes gently to 18th Street. On another slide, I'll discuss the topography of the site and how that is a key feature of why we're presenting and proposing what we are. But in this case, we have major exits from the building. One is identified here, and another identified a little further along. And it illustrates how at present we do not have an accessible route from this building level to the field. Folks either have to use the staircase or go to Roslyn Highlands Park to access the field.
Mr. Bergen, I'm going to interrupt you briefly.
Yes, sir.
We didn't advise you of such a beforehand, so I can't hold you to it fast. But we in the past have used and are going to be going back to a 20-minute time limit. You're at 20 minutes. I'm not asking or telling you to stop, but just please be mindful of where we are in the timeline for the evening.
Okay. Apologies, Chairman. I'll make the rest of it brief. I was not aware of that.
No apologies necessary. We didn't, as I said, we didn't tell you that there was a time limit, and there isn't one. But I wanted to just remind you of where we are in the process. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. So our decision to change the field elevation was based primarily off a sort of a reckoning that we had to come amongst ourselves within APS that the field identified and designed at 175 is not compatible with our current goals of inclusion and universal design, which is why we elevated the field to make it match our building level one. And the diagram here on the right-hand screen, the blue arrows sort of demonstrate how there's free access from the building level into the field without any grade change. The red routes sort of identify how the public can access the field. There are two accessible means of onto the field from in our proposed design. This is a detail of our field elevation or field level itself. Just a note on the site grading, the high point exists here, and then the site sort of falls away to the north and to the west. So the low point of the site is actually at 169 here at the corner of 18th and Quinn. This is a view from of the field, sort of an aerial view taken from the eastern end of the site. And it captures our goal of really elevating this field so that it matches the building level. For those who are familiar with the building and the design of it, each of the 5 above grade floors has a terrace at the level of the interior floor. Essentially, this is treating the field just like one of those other terraces. The condition for APS to lower the field, I will say, is the one that we're struggling with the most. The other conditions, I think, that we're working through with county staff, and I'm confident we could be successful with that. This one, however, is a fundamental departure from the design, is really challenging for us. So just a couple of comments on sort of the consequences of lowering the field, some of which does have an impact on the public space. And I want to call particular attention to those. But principally, what we would have to do to get folks from the level of the building down to the field, we would need to add about a 125-foot sloped ramp. That would reduce the width of the field. And we would no longer, if we wanted to maintain the adequate runoffs, we would no longer meet the MOA that's currently signed between the county and Arlington County. Another important thing to note is this, as I mentioned, this is the stair exit required to get off of the field by building code. Because of the head height clearances, this would no longer work, so we would have to relocate the exit and likely have another exit off of 18th Street. There are a number of other impacts within the garage facility itself, but those are certainly the most public facing and public space components of it. The MMTA details how the below grade structure solves a lot of our operational issues. I won't go into great detail there, except to say that if this project was solely to address APS's long-term staffing requirements, it would be one conversation. This project addresses a lot of other APS's functional needs, including the need to have on-site ADA parking for the facility users. This is a view of the garage plan itself. The sloped walkway from Quinn Street down to the Shriver, adjacent to the Shriver administrative area. There are a number of other functions that are required to be in the garage, such as the stormwater vault. Those are identified here. The next several images are just some renderings. A comment on the material palette. It's intended to be a very simple materials. Keynote 1 is a galvanized railing that matches the railing on all the other terraces. So there's familiarity there. Keynote 2 is a painted concrete wall to sort of brighten up and provide a little bit special treatment to that entrance. Keynote 3 is most of the structure, the concrete structure, will be in a finish to match what's provided in Roslyn Highlands Park. And then number 4, the fencing material is proposed to be black welded wire fence. And there's a couple of precedent images here from the Lubber Run Community Center. We propose black because we feel like that is the most likely to sort of disappear, read transparent. An eye-level view from the corner of Quinn and 18th Street. This is the entrance down to the facility, the pedestrian and bicycle, and then the vehicular entrance. An aerial view from the eastern end of the site that shows the elevated platform field. This is a sloped walkway. There's a grade change. It's lower at 18th Street, and you increase in elevation as you get toward the building. An eye-level view from a similar location. A view from Roslyn Highlands Park looking west. And an aerial view from Quinn Street. A couple of comments on the construction phase, and then I'll wrap up. So they're separating this development into 2 phases certainly had its impacts from a cost perspective due to both just general market escalation and complexity. The building will remain open while this facility is being constructed. And our current schedule estimates construction to begin later this year and extend through next year. You heard that we're on our way to the county board in May. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen. I am losing my train of thought. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
There are no public speakers.
Are there any representatives of any commissions here other than Commissioner Lantelmi? So then, Commissioner Lantelmi, I'm going to go to you for the report from the Transportation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this was heard at last Thursday's Transportation Commission. There was a lot of discussion about this. The Transportation Commission did note that there's the lack of a staff recommendation on it, and our discussion included the need for an additional 61 spaces in a structured building, given there's other spots nearby. We did talk about the accessibility for students of the Shriver program, an important component of this. The availability of parking in adjacent and nearby garages. The use of and the proposed changes to the cross section of 18th Street North, and the design of the garage, which would be 5 feet higher than what was proposed when the school was originally approved, and how that affects urban design. After that much discussion, Chair Slatt made the following motion: that the Transportation Commission recommends deferral of this proposal pending community conversation on the elevation of the field, amount of required parking, and the cross-section and use and control of 18th Street. And that motion carried 7 yes, 3 no. Those who were opposed were concerned. Some didn't have a concern about the design. Others were concerned about any potential delay and how that would affect the Shriver program. That's the report from Transportation.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. I know that there are a number of, well, let me go to, so the discussion then becomes to the commission. The first thing I want to do is go to Commissioner Steinberger for a report just from the PFRC. But before that, Commissioner Steinberger, I want to note that when we get to commission discussion, I really want to stress and emphasize and request and plead that we try to get any clarifying questions out of the way first. I know that there are a lot of people who have thoughts that they're going to want to communicate. So let's, after Commissioner Steinberger, let's please try to initially focus on questions. So Commissioner Steinberger, to you.
Thank you, and I did get a report out to everyone last evening. I think both presentations did a good job of laying out the history of the project and that this is a phase 2 after a kind of much delayed phase 1, and the building is obviously operational and houses both HB Woodlawn and the Shriver program. In terms of the building opened in 2019. We're now coming back, with the relocation of the temporary firehouse. We're addressing, what to do with the kind of postponed or delayed decision about a parking structure on the site. I highlighted some items that I think would be ripe for discussion. Unfortunately, when we did have the PFRC meeting on this on April 14th, it fell the week of APS spring break because there was kind of a very condensed timeline to bring this forward. We did have lighter turnout at the PFRC than I would have liked to see. So in terms of, I highlighted some of the concerns that were raised, but I do not believe that those are all of the concerns that will be heard tonight. And I think will be maybe a lot of items that come up in sort of the other category. And if no one, wants to chat through some of the items that I've identified on the list, I'm not at all insulted. So there you have it.
Thank you, Commissioner Steinberger. So just in very broad strokes, we've got the 18th Street streetscape and parking lane, second garage access, third is public transit access to school, fourth is number and use of parking spaces on site, fifth is field size, sixth is walkway access to school, seventh is overall design of garage and field, including elevation, and 8 is other. Are there any other categories that anyone would like to add to our roadmap? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to entertain any clarifying and or factual questions for staff, starting with Commissioner Hughes.
Thanks, Commissioner Weir. Hopefully my tech issues are solved. I don't know if this is for Grove Slate or for Mr. Gibson. I'm trying to clarify, Mr. Gibson, could you put up maybe the bar graph of like the utilization that I've seen, I think, in everyone's presentation, if you don't mind, Commissioner Weir, just to help illustrate. My question is,
I think that would be helpful, Mr. Gibson, if you're able to get that up.
I'll
Well,
work on putting that
Commissioner
up,
Hughes,
Rob.
while you ask.
thank you, Ms. Sonntag.
Ms. Sonntag, thank you.
And my question is, help me understand clearly. I'm currently on page 33 of 64 of the MMTA that was presented, and my question for clarification for Arlington County staff for Grove Street is, am I reading this correct that there is currently a supply of 100 spaces dedicated to APS, and at peak occupancy demand of that is 84, which would mean that there are 16 unused spaces currently at their peak demand analysis in our MMTA of the current slots of spaces in the Aubrey. And can we get those graphs up, because I don't think they were presented, but they are not presented the same way as they are in the MMTA.
I'll take a stab at it, and then Ben, if your consultant would like to jump in, that would be great.
Thanks, Mr. Gibson.
So first of all, it's our understanding that you're correct. Arlington County has dedicated 100 spaces within the Aubrey Garage for APS's use. Those spaces would continue for APS's exclusive use with the approval of a phase 2. And in this analysis, 84 of the spaces were utilized at peak utilization, with generally somewhere probably around the 75 to 80 as the typical peak utilization. The project also had 30 spaces off-site, which were not well studied, I would say. And so for staff's, let's say, conservative analysis, we assumed that those were 100% utilized. And so the staff demand was estimated at around 85 plus 30, which is 115.
Yeah, hello, this is Rob Schiesel with Grove Slade. So the 100 spaces in the Aubrey Garage are not all reserved for staff. 10 are reserved for visitors. There's, I believe, 2 ADA spaces and another electric vehicle charging spaces. The pure amount of spaces dedicated for staff is somewhere in the range of 86 or 87. It would be, and I was, although it seems like there's 15 to 20 spaces that go unused, a lot of that is the visitor spaces that are reserved. And I don't know if this detail was discussed in the presentation, but the idea would be that those 10 spaces out of the 100 reserved for visitors would be transferred to the structure underneath the field. And so those 10 spaces would be reused for staff and visitor, and the Aubrey's redesignated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Hughes, this is Jeff Chambers. I think the one thing is the way that the garage is utilized is you have a fob or a identifier on your car. So the spaces for full-time staff are identified and they are used. If that staff member is not there, their space is empty. That is correct. Because that's how the spaces are provided to APS through the Aubrey. And the visitor spaces, what we've done is we did, because of the existing condition, we made 10 spaces available. They use them on a validation basis, that they validate tickets or the pass cards for substitute teachers, itinerant staff, etc. on those days. The outside garage that we utilize, we do have additional full-time staff, but we also validate for itinerant staff at outside garages, and we also validate for visitors at outside garages that APS pays for. And those would all be moved to the facility underneath the field. So we would not rent anything off-site. At the Aubrey, we're thankful for those spaces, and we would utilize those for full-time staff. And then we would utilize the under field spaces for itinerant staff, substitute teachers, visitors, etc. And we would no longer be paying for validations at outside garages.
Do we have any idea, Mr. Chambers, the MMTA, in my review of it, didn't document these arrangements, the demand for such, how much has been utilized? Do we have any information about that?
We can look further into that. We basically pay a monthly rate for the validations on the outside garages, and we pay a monthly rate for the full-time spaces that we have leased.
So you don't have independent utilization beyond the fee and the monthly charge and the amount maximum allowed within it. Understood.
Correct. Yep. It's just basically it's a month-to-month invoice from Colonial Parking.
Understood. So understood, Mr. Chambers.
Commissioner Hughes, anything else, or can we go to Commissioner Guerin?
Ms. Guerin.
Thank you, Commissioner Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for these presentations this evening. I echo the concerns of Commissioner Hughes, and I wanted to ask about that as well. I did participate in the original PFRC for this, so nice to see some of you again, Mr. Chambers, Mr. Bergen, and you'll remember these were many of the same issues we had then. So I also wanted to know what has changed with the parking, that there's no longer enough parking. And if I understand this right, it sounds like there is enough space, but maybe it's not allocated properly. And then, so I think I got that one answered. But then I had a question about this, and forgive me if I've missed this, but I feel like we're not having a full PFRC, so I'm still curious about this. What is the cost of this proposed change, and what is the source of the funds for it? Because if I remember right, an underground parking space is maybe $40,000 a space. And I'm just wondering how that compares with renting the spaces that we have access to. Can anyone answer that?
I'll take a shot at it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Guerin. The one thing that I need to say, and I said it at the end of the 2017 hearing, it's not about parking. This is about accessibility to a program.
Oh, to be clear, I understand that there's two issues here. One is about providing the parking and the other is about access. And we actually did raise that in 2017 about where was the ADA drop-off going to be on Wilson? So I understand there's two issues, but the question I had was about the cost and the source of funds.
The source of funds is at this point is all being funded by APS by bond cost. There is conversation with the county. I don't believe there's a signed agreement yet on the county contributing some dollars to this.
And what is the cost of underground parking spaces at this site? Because I can't help but think that if we can parse these issues out, not necessarily needing more parking, but definitely needing more access for students with disabilities, that might be a prudent way to move forward. So can you tell me what the cost is for an underground parking space?
I would have to go back and look at the dollars that we did in the initial estimate, but we did just accessibility and we didn't do the parking spaces. And it was only a couple $1 million difference because you still have to do controlled fill. You have to build, a transition between the parking structure with the field above it. And
you're assuming that you still need to do the higher field. I was just wondering what the cost of an underground parking space was. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Going to Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for APS. So for Mr. Bergen or Mr. Chambers, wondering if you could speak to, APS's inability to manage the ADA spaces. You mentioned that, I think, Mr. Bergen, in your presentation, that you were having trouble keeping people out of the spaces. And I'm wondering if you could speak to why that's been such an ongoing challenge.
Sure, I'll give it a shot and then maybe invite Mr. Sheezel to add on. So those ADA spaces were constructed at APS's expense. on North Quinn Street. So they are completely in the right of way, and they're signed and they're managed by, you know, any other public spaces in the right of way. So APS's ability to manage and get folks out of those spaces is limited. It's equivalent to any other spaces adjacent to our site. You know, there are conditions where, you know, if an APS maintenance vehicle, for instance, occupied that space, then that is something APS could control. But the other things that I believe Mr. Gibson mentioned, with, you know, Uber, Lyft drivers, you know, folks who want to duck into the 7-Eleven, those are functions that APS doesn't have the ability to manage, to tow, to sort of ticket. The best we could do is have our school staff sort of report and making a complaint to the parking enforcement.
And I did want to say that those are handicap spaces with a time limit. They are not assigned to the school. So okay. There could be handicapped patrons of a restaurant down the street and using those spaces, and they're not available for the Shriver parent.
Sure. And then Mr. Gibson, in the staff report on page 23, there's a chart showing the utilization of on-street ADA parking. Wondering if you could confirm that the time that or the instance where it exceeds, the only instance where it does exceed currently on-street utilization is that kind of 9:20 to like 9:45 time slot, and that's sort of the main issue here is providing perhaps a little bit more accessible parking.
So what we've found is, and Mr. Schiesel from Grove Slade may be best to answer how they did the data collection on this ADA. As you see on the chart, there is only one period where it is demand exceeds availability. There are a number of periods where demand and availability are equal. So there are times when all three spaces are utilized. What staff has also found is that these three spaces are effectively the spaces adjacent to the APS building today. And with the removal of the fire station, there's additional curb space along Quinn Street, which could provide 2 to 3 additional on-street ADA spaces, should that be desired. Staff is also contemplating having APS address the location of the ADA spaces so that with the reconstruction of the field, the 2 or 3 spaces are placed closest to the Shriver entry, regardless of what was created in the past. And regardless of the total number of ADA spaces along that frontage.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You anticipated a follow-up question about the availability of on-street space for additional ADA spaces. Mr. Chambers, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment. I don't know if any of you have ever been there when a Shriver student arrives and gets to that curbside space when it's pouring down rain. I have been there. They move very slowly. They got unloaded from the vehicle very slowly. They go down currently they're going down a switchback ramp. By the time they get to the door, they're absolutely soaked and they're sitting in a puddle. One of the things that with the RAPS program, when this first thing was presented, was that these students would be undercover to be able to be unloaded by a parent when they're picked up for a medical appointment, which isn't necessarily any specific time of day. But multiple times a day. These students get picked up and dropped off multiple times, and the intent is to provide them with covered parking, which is what the intent of this structure was always to be.
Mr. Schiesel, I see do you like to respond?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification. The time where it spikes in the morning isn't that only that this graph doesn't represent all of the ADA pickup and drop off. It represents what's going on at those spaces. So when it was exceeded, that's where the extra demand was double parking in the street and in the bike lane. it was very tough for us to figure out what was going on at every single aspect around the building. And just from being there a few times at arrival and dismissal, we know that there is pickup drop off going on outside of this area. So this doesn't capture all of it. And in fact, what happened at that time is there was a truck in the loading dock, because the loading dock is the de facto secondary spot for ADA drop off. And so that's kind of what happened. When that was gone, vehicles were then just parking straight in the bike lane and then partially in the travel lane. So the graphs kind of don't get some of the nuances of what's going out there all the time. Just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasel, and appreciate the comments. Mr. Chairman, just one more question, if I might. Wondering, Mr. Bergen, you mentioned, that APS doesn't have the ability to do anything other than let the county know that things are going on. Does the APS have the ability to have a towing contract?
No, APS would not be able to tow vehicles from the public right-of-way. That has to be done by Arlington County Police and ticketed accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
And I just wanted to ask one other follow-up question for APS to get it on the record. APS, one thing that isn't discussed really in the MMTA and the report is ADA use of the Aubrey garage. Do you encourage at all any of those Shriver students to use the Aubrey garage, which is covered, take the dedicated elevator and access the building through the shared HB entrance?
The ADA spaces there are typically used by staff. I think when we had the leased spaces at 1530 and 1776, we specifically rented at 1776 because they would offer handicap spaces which were not available at 1530, plus they had to come up the hill. But we do have staff that utilizes the handicap spaces. One of the issues about using the elevator and coming up, they have to come in and register at the HB Woodlawn administrative area, which can be done. But they want to typically take their students to the people they know at the Shriver administrative area when they bring their students in and pick them up for a medical appointment or take them back.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Steinberger.
Thank you. My question, and I think this is a little bit of a follow-up, or maybe Commissioner Schroll sort of got at this in part. For spots on the street, or potentially the additional spots that might be available on the street for ADA access, is that something that can be set aside just for school use? Is there a mechanism by which those could be assigned to just be for school use or during certain hours for school use, even if that's all school day? I just was curious if that is even an accommodation that could be made.
I think it'd be very difficult for us to manage it exclusively for school use. But if, for instance, additional ADA spaces were to be provided on Quinn Street, some of those spaces could be long-term spaces, so it could support APS's goal for a longer ADA parking area. Granted, they would be in competition with the general public for ADA use, but given the site and its users, the Venn diagram there is pretty tight. I would suspect most of the ADA users in this area are visitors of the program.
Thank you.
I'm gonna recognize myself for a moment. I have a question, and let me just share something from the staff report. This is from page 4 of the staff report, showing the 2017 and current proposals. I want to ask the applicant some questions about changes in the design from then to now. It appears that that initially there was a convex taper from the center part towards the edge that created a much less brutalist impression on the pedestrian passerby. There was also a significant effort to create lighting when underneath the entrance, and it looks like there was some material differences and maybe some glass leading in where along to the left of the entryway, where now it's been replaced with black grating, and then definitely a change in philosophy with respect to vegetation along the and on the fence. And I just want the applicant to please speak to what was animating some of these design changes. Is it just value engineering, or is there something else at play here? I'm going to turn it over then for an answer to the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So our, I'd say that the primary difference between the two philosophies is just putting together a building that can physically be built. The rendering identifies an improbable construction effort, so that to achieve a profile that thin with a cantilever that exceeded 20 feet is not really something we could construct in a realistic way. So the band of I think the element, the thickness of the element is something we're still studying to see if we could either make it a narrower profile, or, like you said, add some sort of chamfering or something of that nature to kind of lessen the boldness of the zone. But a lot of this is just being confronted with the fact that we have to physically build this, and what you're seeing today in the renderings is more representative of what would actually be there. In relation to some of the design materials and lights, it was I think the aesthetic of this structure was not intended to mimic the aesthetic of the building itself. It was kind of intended to be differentiated. For the lighting, some of the elements around the lighting, we're proposing to provide very pleasant lighting along the pedestrian corridor to the main building entrance. There'll be sort of down lighting and up lighting to illuminate the dramatic cantilever of the structure above and create a very welcoming and kind of warm atmosphere of it. And likewise, and of course, our garage will be appropriately lit. So I think some of this is just related to constructabilities that we're confronted with as we've developed the design a little bit further. And some of it is just the real, being able to adequately capture the realism in a rendering is a challenge. I will say with the proposal around the fence material, the renderings in 2017 kind of showed this very clean, a dramatic fence-like material that we have to recognize the fact that needs to be supported by a vertical members of some sort. And I think something that doesn't come through with the renderings is that, and why we provided the precedent material for Blubber Run Garage, is the capturing the idea of that transparency that the welded wire fab provides is really hard to do in a rendering. So that's why we provided the precedent images to help kind of convey some of that visibility, transparency and visibility.
All right, thank you. Going to go back over. Mr. Chambers, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, Chair Weir, I just wanted to, the one thing that we were trying to do with this current rendition of trying to get the feeling of what was shown in the 2017 and the 2015 RAPS idea of what this was to be was we actually got the structural engineers. We've got all of the team together. That rendering that you're referencing was done by the design architect, and it had no structural engineer involved with that. It's what they wanted it to look like. So it was just an image. When we tried to recreate the fencing with the growies on it, we couldn't afford it. It was a stainless steel spun material that was out of this world in cost, and it would not have provided the structural integrity needed for somebody to run into it. So I think the design architect that we actually chose on this was the same one that worked on Lubber Run, so they were familiar with the turf on top of a field. And when you look at a thin profile like that, you can't even get the turf grass or the synthetic grass and the fill and the slope in that thin of a profile. And as they've told us with regard to the lights, because this was brought up early on, we asked what we could do with the lights, and they said something that thin, you don't even have a light box above it. So yeah, it was fiction, unfortunately, and we did our best to try to recreate the feeling with this presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to go back over to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And then after Commissioner Hughes, if there are no other clarifying questions, I want to begin going down our actual topics of discussion. So.
Thank you. And only because I know myself, Commissioner Guerin, Commissioner Schroll, this is flashbacks and some PTSD for us from years ago, and I'm sure it is for Mr. Bergen and Mr. Chambers as well. So I want to, just for the record for tonight, Mr. Bergen or Mr. Chambers or someone from APS, can we confirm that the height of parking that the currently available in the Aubrey parking spaces allow for ADA vans, specifically those that require, such as the accoutrement of the wheelchair accessibility? I know we took great care in our planning to ensure they were available, and I just want to make sure that we've done so tonight and confirm for the record.
I can't answer that question. I don't know, Rob, can you? I don't know what the height is in that garage.
We know that there are ADA van spaces in the Aubrey garage. I don't know if every single drive aisle and access to other spaces in the garage would also be van, but I know that vans can get down there at least to access ADA spaces on the first level.
The currently available ADA spaces we have within that garage do support vans. To what extent the other spaces may or may not, with the limitations that can be found within a garage, is still something to be debated, correct? Is that a clear way of stating it?
Yes. And I could try to look up the parking management plan for the Aubrey. If I find it, I could raise my hand if I get to that answer.
I suspected they're not the only three, but if they are, so be it. The other question I had for myself, for a clarifying question, Mr. Bergen, in your presentation of the paths not chosen, you laid out 4 different alternatives, and that slide deck would be maybe helpful if you could pull up, sir. I was curious, inside of 2 of those slides, you defined something as, and I kind of wanted to use your words, perfect, does not address the most pressing on-site transportation needs. And then you use it again on D1. And so I'm trying to clearly understand, because I didn't see it anywhere else, what is the most pressing on-site transportation need?
So our intention with that language is the covered ADA pickup and drop off opportunities and on-site ADA parking.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Weir.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to on the ADA pickup and drop off, I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the 2017 proposal. One was just please, perhaps you went over this, but I'm struggling to understand what about the 2017 175-foot elevation failed to facilitate covered pickup and drop off, necessitating such that 180 feet is necessary for the purpose of pickup and drop off. That's with respect both to the garage 175-foot elevation, but also to the no garage 175-foot option B, right, which also had the tapered covered pickup and drop off entrance to the Shriver program. So very specifically, what is it about the 175-foot elevation that is that is so mission that seems to be so much of a mission critical obstacle to covered pickup and drop off?
So the decision to place the field at 180 was not made to sort of make the covered pickup and drop off ADA. The two are independent of one another. I think our one of the principal objectives of this project is improving access to all facilities within the building. So certainly the covered ADA pickup and drop-off spaces under the field is a major part of that. Just as important to us is designing the field so it's primarily and easily accessed by the users of that building. So in order for and that's why the field was primarily there's a host of other reasons, but principally we consider the 180 elevation most consistent with our aspirations for universal design and access of a school field from a school building.
I think the other thing that we did find is the initial concept sketch from the design architect that we had in the past use permit application. I don't believe that those spaces were van accessible. I think they had a lower garage ceiling height when we had the lower height, the lower field at 175 versus the 180. So again, if we would have to lower this field, we basically are going to have to go back to ground zero and look at that. The problem is the ramp from Quinn Street, the length of that ramp to get into the building to go lower is where we're going to run into trouble. The other thing is that when you got into the garage, you had to go up a ramp on the inside of the garage to get into the Schreiber program. When we raise the field up, we actually have a flat floor that you can actually go from those parking spaces without having to use a ramp or a lift to get up to the G1 level. So there were multiple benefits to that.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Schroll. Commissioner Hughes, I'm going to ask you to hold off. If that wasn't just vestigial, I'm going to ask you to hold off until we get to the top discussion areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for Ms. Sontag and Mr. Gibson. Given all the issues with the APS proposal and the staff presentation outlining CPHD and DES's concerns, why is staff not just recommending a straight deferral of this? And why is there no staff recommendation at all at this stage?
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd be happy to answer that question for Mr. Schroll regarding the lack of the recommendation. And I think
thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
So obviously what you're hearing tonight, this is a challenging application. There are very many issues regarding public safety that we're wrestling with, and we've been coordinating with APS. And I think APS has done a very good job of addressing some of our concerns and explaining where they have areas that they can address some of the issues, and they've been very forthcoming. And I think they've been reiterating some of those tonight where they cannot make certain changes based upon what are some operational needs. But it is their expressed desire to get to a construction stage. And at this point in time, the county manager does not have a recommendation as we continue to evaluate the proposal. And what's really important to the county manager at this stage is really understanding the perspective of the commissions and the public as we go through this process. So far we've heard from the PFRC, we've heard from the Transportation Commission, and tonight we're hearing from the Planning Commission. And I think we'll be continuing to coordinate with the county manager over the next couple of days to help formulate an opinion or a recommendation to the board to the degree that we can get to one. But there are a lot of significant challenges. A mere deferral, that may ultimately be a point or a position that the manager comes to. But how that gets transmitted to the board and ultimately the decision will be with the board and what they wish to make, I think will have to be determined. But this is a very helpful conversation that we're hearing from from you and your colleagues this evening, and we'll continue to take that back and evaluate how that can come forward. But those are the reasons why right now we do not have a recommendation to present to any of the commissions. And we'll see where we get to over the next few days before the board hearing.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, Mr. Schreiber, I appreciate the candor. I mean, I think in years past, we would have been here with candidly a stronger staff recommendation, and it would have been a deferral. And it would have said, we're still working on these issues, and we're going to come back to you when we can answer them more clearly. And I will say that this, Mr. Chairman, I hope you'll allow the, transgression here a little bit into comment, but.
Well, that's where we're headed, so.
Okay. In a lot of ways, this doesn't comport, as your staff rightly noted, with the RAPS planning document and with other county planning guidance. And so the ways in which it doesn't comport is there's probably more numerous than the ways it does comport. And so at the stage we're at the moment. And so it's, we look to our professionals, planning staff, to look at that and provide us guidance and a recommendation. And at the moment, staff has punted on that role, and it's very doesn't happen often, but because it doesn't, it's a stark thing, and I wish we weren't here on that, and we'll get to motions later, but it's not something that I think we should see again. Thank you.
So I'm going to get us started on comment and discussion. If there are other questions, I would ask commissioners to raise them when we get to that specific area. I want to start with, I want to follow Commissioner Steinberger's proposed topics, beginning with 18th Street streetscape and proposed parking lane. Remember, this is specific to the parking lane and streetscape, so we're not talking about elevation at this point. We will get to elevation. I'm eager to get to elevation, but just the streetscape and the parking lane at this point. Commissioner Hughes, your hand is up. Is that on this topic?
Commissioner, Chairman Weir.
Please, Commissioner Steinberger, please.
I had one thing I really just wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Schroll said that I think that is timely kind of in the moment, and then I will
helpful. Yes, please do.
Just pull back. And I appreciate your indulging me on this. I think what Commissioner Schroll said is very apt, and I would go further to say that there's a feeling in having gone through, had the conversation with staff, having gone through PFRC and kind of coming to this point and, to not have a recommendation from staff, it feels like what this commission is being asked to do is say no when county staff wouldn't say no, and that we're being relied on to say this isn't good enough because no one else will. And I think that that's a deference to us that is stark, as Commissioner Schroll indicated that this would be, because it is very unusual to not have a recommendation. And my read of the staff report, from planning staff, is that that's really where we're being led and then sort of told, okay, draw your conclusion now. And is that the standard that we want to be setting going forward? And I don't know if it is, because I'm not sure that that's what staff is going to want this commission to take going forward either. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Steinberger. I appreciate that perspective. Going to Commissioner Hughes, and remember, we're on to 18th Street and streetscape.
How appropriate, I guess. But before again, I do have a question, Commissioner Weir. I do think it for the record, because it'll lay into other things later on. Could someone from APS staff please tell me what the currently approved CIP budget is for this particular action?
So the as approved in the current CIP, the budget for the job is just over $12 million, I believe. I'll confirm that and then correct myself.
Thank you, Mr.
if
Bergen. I had seen
needed.
numbers around 14 to 16 is the last time I looked at it, the total funding budget for it, and the various approved CIPs and to be approved CIPs. Thank you, Mr. Bergen. Commissioner Weir, I mean, do you want us to get into conversation this evening on particular alternatives, or what is your goal, sir?
I'm the
Commissioner Lantomi's got
fact of
things up, and he's from transportation, so he might be better.
yeah, the fact of not having a recommendation does make our job a little bit harder when it comes to alternatives. One thing that we might use as a guidepost when we are going through these specific areas of discussion is the staff recommended commissions or conditions, excuse me. So, you know, for those of you who have your staff report open, while there is no recommended motion, there are recommended conditions at the very last page, and they do go into some of the concerns and objections that many members of this commission and I think the Transportation Commission had, and so, you know, maybe that is a way to focus our discussion on alternatives as we think about these different topic areas.
I'm going to yield first to Commissioner Lantomi and have the hopes I get to listen to him if you don't mind, and I'll put my hand back up if I want to make more comment.
So Commissioner Lantomi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hughes. For on 18th Street, I'll raise what was raised at Transportation Commission and sort of a larger point. 18th Street, none of us saw anywhere any possible consideration of rethinking 18th Street as a whole. It's a fairly short street. I mean, it's just 2 super blocks, but it only goes from Oak Street to Pierce Street to Quinn Street. It's not a major arterial. It's not even a minor arterial. It's a 2 long blocks. The main import of that is for the school to use for school bus pickup and drop off, and for the fire department to get its trucks back to the fire station. I do not know to what extent there are other access to some of the buildings on either side, but this is not required for circulation in this area. In fact, further down, 18th Street is planned to be a full pedestrian only right of way all the way down to the GW Parkway. And that we've already seen the beginnings of that. Why are we not rethinking of 18th Street to turn essentially, as a practical matter, turn it over to the schools, other than have the fire access? It does not have to be a full public street anymore. It could be turned over to the school for all of their transportation uses, not just the pickup and drop off, but also for parking. Any further parking needs could potentially be accommodated on that street. It's something we haven't done before in the county, but that doesn't mean we can't change ordinances or in any way that would somehow turn this over to the jurisdiction of the schools, as you know, either a lease or whatever. But the point is, it was never considered anywhere. And I see the same thing for the access. You know, we can get it to when we get to that, but even for the access to Shriver School, we seem to be wedded to this having this wing stick up. Maybe we really need to be rethinking all of this too. None of these alternatives seem to have been explored. That's a concern that I have. I think that 18th Street could be, there are other alternatives to 18th Street other than the 1 parking lane as being contentious. Anyway, that's my comment on that. I'll let others chime in.
Thank you. Go back to you, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner Weir, and only because I do believe in the public record, I would hope if you, before I get to a comment, to expand upon Commissioner Lantomi's previously wonderful comments, I would like the record to show the comments we received in our chat. There were follow-ups from previous ones. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, Mr. Bergen, if you'd like to, would you like to confirm the capital improvement budget totals, just for the record?
Yep, for the record, and included in the chat box of 14.24 million is identified funding for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen. And Mr. Scheisel from Grove Slate, would you mind elaborating a little bit further on the ADA van question I asked earlier?
Yeah, sure. There's 4 ADA spaces in the 100 spaces reserved for APS. Only one is marked as van. The 2 of the others look very close to meeting the space requirements and are nearby. And then 2 are electric vehicle also over charged or to have access to chargers.
And
then
the parking,
that's in that. And then there's a bunch of other van spaces throughout the first 2 levels. So that indicates to me that there's the height wasn't a mention, but it seems like vans have pretty good access throughout those first 2 levels.
Yep,
The height must be accommodating.
It was a goal of us in the initial design phase, recognizing the importance of this driver program and the future needs within it for such things as were discussed this evening, which is why the Audrey garage, which were deeded right to the county, if my memory serves me right, because the county owns the land, to utilize for the APS driver program. Commissioner Weir, thank you for your time. And Ms. Badger, I might ask if you don't mind to put up the illustrious better drawing that I circulated earlier today to my fellow commissioners, if you don't mind, ma'am. If you want to make me the presenter, I can. I've got a great slide that shows, my initial terrible sketch on paper, and then, a little gift to say thanks to Leo for making it look a little bit better, just for illustrations. I think that Commissioner Lantomi's comment about 18th Street is the crux of the discussion. 18th Street this morning had 0 cars parked on it the entire stretch of between Queens Court Apartments and HP Woodlawn. Miss Badger, are you able to put that up, or can you make me a presenter so I can? Perfect. Thank you, Miss Badger. And so, and this is not to scale. I want to be Mr. Gibson's got a great comment. Great. Mr. Gibson, what would you like to say?
Just for the record, 18th Street is not open to the public currently. We were coordinating its opening with APS ending their school year and then not having to change operations. That's why it doesn't have any cars, but your point will stand.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson, to show the potential of what it can be, and thanks for advanced towing not having the ability to drag me out immediately for putting my flashers on. I circulated pictures this morning of the space utilizing there, and as staff has already outlined, we have 2 parking lanes on each side, 2 travel lanes. The total width is 38 feet curb to curb. There's curb cuts within it. There are so many different ways that we could utilize the space, especially between Quinn and Pierce Street, which has zero impact to loading docks or anyone. I am just stuck with the question of why are we building a garage when we have this available surface parking area that we fundamentally own and control, that is currently not in demand by the county. Thank you, Mr. Gibson, for saying that it's currently not demanded because it's not available, that we could then dedicate for the various needs of the school and still build an incredible awning from the Shriver program out to that site to reach the goals while doing other things architecturally to deliver a field on site. I am not convinced that building a garage is necessary. I wasn't convinced in 2017. I'm not convinced today. I cannot get to a place of supporting a motion or even a deferral of the motion, Mr. Chair, that fundamentally predisposes us to the assumption that a garage is a necessary function here at the site. I have not been presented with evidence this evening to show that a garage is needed. It's just not been presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I'm gonna make one point before we move on to the garage. I think we're sort of covering garage access as well, but before we move on to that, and then public transit access to the school, which is just to say that, we as a community have decided that 18th Street belongs to the community, right? We decided through the RAPS process, through a number of extensive, open, community-involved engagement processes, that 18th Street is part of something that's public, that it is not a street, it's not an alley for use by APS. And I am not prepared to do anything in this project at this point in this use permit application that would de facto hand 18th Street over to APS as an APS only alley, that without the benefit of basically revisiting RAP and the related planning documents that have a different vision for 18th Street. Commissioner Sarli on the 18th Street and garage points before we then move to perhaps move after that to public transit.
Thank you, Commissioner Weir. I guess I just need to react a little bit to the whole thing. So I'm going to start with, I understand that there's some efficiencies of scales, and once you start digging a hole, you might as well dig the whole thing. But I will second Commissioner Hughes' comments that I'm not convinced that we need to build an underground garage here. And there's a lot of, sensitive ways that we can do surface parking or, cover areas for ADA accessibility and van parking and whatnot. And if we do an underground garage, that parts of that, I think it's labeled as long-term staff parking, not be relocated here, because it's, I guess, to update the term of Coles to Newcastle would be parking to Roslyn. So I feel like building more parking in Roslyn is just so redundant. And also the facade of the garage and the structure facing the 18th Street, again, it's particularly Roslyn-y that we're trying to move away from. We're really trying to create an environment that is pedestrian oriented and not parking garage oriented, with those grills and that sort of, underground side of concrete parking garage aesthetic. So I think, having said that, if we go with the underground parking construction, can we look at ways to, as soon as the head clearance is available, create sort of a shelter space for the kids waiting for the bus? Start to look at 18th Street as a place instead of just the side of a parking garage, with a field on top. And again, I'm very frustrated, and I want to sort of echo Commissioner the comments of staff not having a recommendation for us. I find that really frustrating also. And then finally, I think, the rendering problem, just to go back to that little sort of funny comment. Yes, renderings are very dangerous, and I'm always the one to first warn that you got to be careful what you see in a rendering, because, it might not be realistic. But you could, if you wanted to sort of get close to that, create sort of those pointy truss edges that were used in places like the Luzerne Opera House or Symphony House or Cultural Center and we could, but I'm not suggesting that we need to do this here. But you can thin that to address Commissioner Weir's concern of the sort of slightly brutal or very structural utilitarian look. But yes, I will just wrap up with the north facade of the 18th Street right now. It's just not 18th Street, of the parking garage. It's just absolutely pedantic, and we really need to aspire for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sarli. I am going to assume, unless anyone tells me otherwise, that the points raised in the last few minutes also apply to the topic on garage access on 18th Street. Is there any commissioner who has anything to offer on the topic of public transit access to the school? Are there any commissioners who have anything to offer, any further discussion on the number and use of parking spaces on site? I know we have bellied up to this topic, but I don't know if there's anyone who would like to address it more directly, given that it is its own bullet. Before we move along, I'll weigh in myself. I have an extremely hard time recommending, with the idea of recommending a use permit to build a garage, even 461 spaces in a climate where we are already quite far from demand exceeding the supply of spaces. Not really next door. It's on the site, and given that there does not appear to be any quantifiable metric suggesting that we need these 61 spaces, I have I'll just reiterate that I have a very difficult time with the idea of approving, of recommending approval of a garage where we already know that the spaces don't seem to be needed. Commissioner Schroll, before we move on from this, I had anticipated that I would be taking the last word on this topic, but I'm happy to give it to you and then Ms. Steinberger, Commissioner Steinberger, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I would concur with your comments that I don't believe that the analysis that the MMTA that has been conducted for this application supports the request. And I think we are also conflating two issues. So one is, you know, a real need for more ADA, more accessible spaces on site, better management of those spaces, and perhaps some kind of covered path for those students in the Shriver program to get in and out of the building. And we're conflating that with a garage, which is, you know, additional spaces for staff, which is not needed and can be supported elsewhere. It's at a cost that we shouldn't be incurring. We can certainly lease spaces on an ongoing basis. There's nothing that nothing that the applicant has put forward currently that's an untenable position. That goes unrebutted. And so I didn't support garage in 2017. I don't support one today, and nothing from the applicant has indicated that it's a necessary expense and that we can't solve these issues with modifications to the on-street space or through other adjustments to address the real concern, which is accessible access for students. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Commissioner Steinberger.
Thank you. And I think that in large part, Commissioner Schroll said very eloquently some of what I wanted to get at, which is the two different issues is a garage appropriate, and is that somehow the only way to address what I think is a real need for better ADA accessibility and better and more ADA accessibility in terms of parking spaces and access to the building. And I think what we're hearing pretty convincingly from the commission tonight is that no, that's not the only way to achieve the goal of greater ADA accessibility for the site, in particular for the Shriver students and, the, parents doing pickups, drop-offs, and, throughout the day. And I think we need to be not conflating the two, to really think creatively how we can get to a solution that doesn't create a large structure that's not needed, but truly manage the problem that is a concern for the school, and that is the ADA access. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Steinberger. Commissioner Sarling.
I just want to quickly associate myself with the two prior comments. I think that's spot on.
Thank you, Commissioner Sarli. We will move to the size of the field. Are there any members of the commission who wish to weigh in on the size of the field? Not specifically in the context of it not being regulation standard for most organized sports. I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to move on to walkway access to the school. Specifically, Commissioner Steinberger,
I did want to point out that was an item that did come up specifically, was raised during the PFRC meeting that we did have.
Thank you.
The community was sort of curious as to what the field could reasonably be used to do, and if it was, an appropriate size for X, Y, or Z, and it, did not appear to be standard size for any of sort of the identified sports that were run through. Thank you.
I'm going to take that as a comment and go to Commissioner Hughes, and then, let me actually first, Mr. Chambers, your hand is up. Is this responsive to Commissioner Steinberger's point from the PFRC?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
In 2017, we worked with DPR to come up with field size. It was intended to be essentially ultimate Frisbee practice field. It's not a competition field. It's just an ultimate Frisbee rectangle that can be used by for multiple things by DPR. So this was already discussed, in 2017, and that was the size we were shooting for, or bigger if we could make it bigger. But and raising it, we were able to keep it large. But if we lower the field, it'll be smaller than what's in the MOA.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Commissioner Hughes, your hand is down, but we still have your screen.
I just will reiterate, thanks, Mr. Chambers, for taking all my steam as another member who was here for 2017 and wanted to say all those same things. And as a reminder, fields that are not regulation for high schoolers running around on soccer still work really well for little kids at age 5 learning how to kick soccer balls. So we do utilize all the fields in Arlington, even those that are not regulation size, and DPR does a good job of it.
Or play Ultimate and work on their applications to Carlton. Commissioner Lantelmi, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just, the questions were answered as far as the field size, because I knew that HB did not have usual organized sports, even at its old campus.
Right. Then walkway access to the school, proposed entrance can, with potential, creating potential conflicts with pedestrians, bikes, wheelchairs in a confined space. I think this is one that we've also bellied up to, but if there's anyone who wants to address this point directly, please feel encouraged to do so here. And then that brings us to the overall design of the garage and field. Are there any commissioners who want to weigh in on this one? This one does include the elevation issue, and Commissioner Lantelmi, I'll go first to you.
This is where I get most frustrated about this project, because if this was a private proposal by a developer at a site plan, we would simply say no. It never even would get to us because staff would have said no. Roslyn and pretty much anywhere else in the county, our comprehensive plan is pretty clear that we do not want structured parking to be right up against our pedestrian ways or our public streets. It's to be either below or above as a second choice, but never at the same level. Whenever we've seen it, we've said no to it. So this simply does not comport with our comprehensive plan. It's simple as that. It never would pass muster before this commission or any other commission. And yet and Roslyn, as mentioned earlier, we've been trying to get rid of these things and been pretty successful at that. And now we're introducing a brand new one. And it just doesn't work for me to have it along 18th Street. It's just wrong. And I wasn't even thrilled with the earlier one where it had it popping up a little bit, but at least that you could see that there was a field above it. We're going down to Crystal City. We've been very much trying to avoid having these above grade level public spaces because no one knows they're there. No one knows they can be used. They deaden the street and they discourage use. So while we're getting rid of them everywhere in the county, I think it's sort of like it's pretty bad to have a public entity building one of them in one of our densest areas. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize myself and also share another image. This is 2 images from the 2 different plans. Along the top, we have the 18th Street streetscape from the current proposal, and on the bottom, we have the 18th Street streetscape with a garage from the 2017 plan. And I share these to emphasize, not just to agree with Commissioner Lantelmi's assessment that this would be dead on arrival. We're at a private, we would already have a motion on the table, a recommended road motion on the table to deny from staff outright if this were a private developer. We just don't put canyons without any visibility onto active spaces in a dense urban place. It's outright anti-urbanist. Commissioner Lantelmi, I agree with you that it is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I think it's further out of compliance, as we see in the staff report, with the RAP, both with the Heights plan element with the transportation element, with the land use element, with the urban design element. In every case, it creates a dangerous and a fundamentally dangerous situation where there are not eyes on the street because there is nothing, there's no permeability or visibility between what's happening on the sidewalk and what's happening in the active in the built space. It looks like it looks like a correctional facility from the street, and someone even at my 6.5 feet tall would not be able to see what's going on the street, and that's, I think, just fundamentally unacceptable. I again, Commissioner Lantelmi, agree with you that this would be DOA were it any private applicant. That said, Commissioner Schroll, you raised your hand as I was starting to speak, so I'm gonna, my apologies for going before you, but I'll yield to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly concur with you and Commissioner Lantelmi, and I think I'd also mention two other aspects, which were, this was supposed to be part of pedestrian connection that was an extension out of the Roslyn plan, right? So this is supposed to connect down into Roslyn and supposed to, be a nice pedestrian experience, which is kind of anchored at this location, and was supposed to be anchored by a park, right? It was supposed to be anchored by, at least in this plan, with at-grade accessible open space. Part of it's Roslyn Highlands Park, and part of it is this field space. And so, we've had the planning process for Roslyn Highlands Park already, but this is part of that. And that was a big part of the RAPS process. I was on the RAPS panel. I've been thinking about this site since about 2013, before this RAPS process even started. So this has been part of that piece. And what really kicked it off was, preservation of contiguous open space and wanting it to be accessible to the community. And so this moving the open space to make it grade separated like this, not only is it terrible urban design for all the reasons my colleagues mentioned, but it's foundationally breaks that objective of the community of having kind of contiguous, accessible, at-grade open space. And for that reason, and all the ones that my colleagues just mentioned, I can't support this.
In fact, Commissioner Schroll, if I remember right, in late 2017 or early 2018, this commission struggled mightily with what was initially proposed as a minor site plan amendment, if I remember correctly, that would have terminated, and I mean, not in the terminus sense, but would have effectively ended the dream of an 18th Street pedestrian connection from this location into the heart of Roslyn before any work could ever have been done on that. And I think that if I remember what you're referring to, like this commission has already worked very hard to protect the 18th Street pedestrian, the dream of an 18th Street pedestrian plaza at the other terminus, and this use permit request, if granted, as I was mentioning earlier, would effectively hand over the entire western edge of that vision of an 18th Street pedestrian plaza to APS as bus pickup and drop off, a privatized APS accessible only alley that would do to that end of it what could have been done to the eastern end of it. I'm ranting. I'm abusing perhaps my privilege. So, Mr. Schroll, Commissioner Schroll, if you want to respond to that. If not, I'll just recognize Commissioner Hughes.
No, I think that's well said, and I think you can go on to Commissioner Hughes.
Stephen.
Thanks, Commissioner Weir. And I do, I too remember Commissioner Cole speaking before this commission as a commissioner in his vision for that 18th Street pedestrian thoroughfare and his goal and wish that it would continue all the way up here to Quinn Street, past Pierce, and include this site as possibly its most grand feature. And that is why I am even more convinced, and I do take exception that the 18th Street portion of here can be designed in a thoughtful way. I'm thinking of European Wohnhofs that could be designed in a way that supports and features and structures to help and facilitate the needs of the Shriver program. An incredible entrance can be and will be constructed, I'm sure, for the Shriver program, and not spend $14.2 million for 60 parking spots. That is still the core of the issue. We can spend that money better creating the first phase of the pedestrian thoroughfare all the way from here to Pierce Street and make it a true Wohnhof. We can begin by pedestrian experience, that the vehicular access is secondary, that fire trucks and the school buses can make it. And then the other things that we primarily want there are pedestrians, peoples, and on the occasion, ADA vans when needing for pickup and drop off. These are things that can be done if we think about the 18th Street differently than parking lane, travel lane, parking lane. And if we don't think about it differently, then we're always going to be in the same fundamental space. And that's why it really struggles for me. I see this as a perfect place to begin the process of the Wohnhof, of taking the pedestrian experience. And yes, it has to have vehicles integrated with it in this part, at least till Pierce. But we can begin to set the precedent here. And I would just like to see that more discussed, more thought about, and a visual presented from the staff. Because if it goes between 14.2 to build 63 spaces or 14.2 to deliver all the other things and create the beginning of the pedestrian space and go down 18th Street, I'd much rather see the money spent that way. Thank you, Commissioner
Weir. Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi.
I want to join myself with the points that Commissioner Hughes made and make clear this is exactly what I was getting at when I was saying, essentially, let's think of 18th Street differently rather than just having it be a thoroughfare. Turning it over to make it an extension of the pedestrian way further down 18th Street is the idea that has not been explored here. And yeah, we would still have it be the pickup and drop off for the school system, for the buses and for the access for the fire trucks. But to make it more of a Wohnhof type of a design would be a tremendous improvement and would be within the spirit of RAPS. So when I say essentially turn it over to the school system, it's one, so that we could have the pickup and drop off and have them run that, but at the same time, really de-emphasize it as a vehicular thoroughfare and make it more pedestrian oriented and an extension of the existing pedestrian right of way east of Oak Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. I believe I'm not seeing any other hands. Commissioner Peterson, I know you've been having some technical difficulties. I know that you've come on and off. So I want to affirmatively reach out in case there's anything that you want to weigh in on these points. And I think Commissioners Bagley and Patel, I just want to invite you to be heard as well. Certainly no obligation and not obliged to weigh in. But seeing no other hands, I believe that we are at the point where we need to come to a motion. I'll reiterate, as others have said, normally we would have a staff recommended motion to kick us off. In this case, we do not. So Commissioner Hughes, if you want to take us back into discussion, you're certainly welcome to do so. But I think that you're ready to give us a motion to begin consideration.
Well, I actually want to have the public discussion of how we should and think about the motion. And Commissioner Schroll, feel
that would be in order.
I'm almost inclined to begin the process off by taking the applicant's request and putting it on the floor and seeing what happens to it. And I would be willing to move it, although I would not support it. I don't know if that's possible. And so I was hoping Commissioner Schroll might be able to opine upon that, because then we can begin the process of whittling down what things we care about and what things we don't want to care about. Because as I said, primarily, Commissioner Weir, my primary goal is I just can't support anything that predisposes us to think about as a garage as an acceptability here.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, yeah, I mean, I think I think it's probably worthwhile to have the some version of the applicant's motion on the floor. If that fails, with which I anticipate from our discussion this evening, it's likely to, then I think there's several paths open to us. One, which I think has been communicated by at least one of our colleagues, is just a straight deferral motion, kind of a clean deferral motion, and with no recommendations. And then there's potentially a third option, which would be deferral with some recommendation for things that we would like to be considered or would not like to be considered when it comes back to us. So, if you ever follow Congress, it's sort of sent back to committee with instructions. That would sort of be the, motion to recommit with instructions path, would be sort of that third option.
We aren't, Commissioner Schroll, we also are not beholden to the idea of a single omnibus motion, right? So, another option would be to parcelize those issues where we think that there is consensus one way or another.
So I would, if I might, Mr. Chairman, I would, given that, I might caution us from getting kind of too down in the weeds. If our intention is, as we've said on several issues, that this may not be something we can support, if that's truly the viewpoint of the commission, I guess that remains to be seen. But if that's true, then that gets sort of undercut by support for various elements which could be misread by the county board. So, if our main idea is that is this something that we want to defer, I might caution against, saying that it, if we're just tweaked here or there, that it could be accepted. If we do think that there's tweaks to this that could be made that could make it acceptable, and if that's the opinion of some of us, then that maybe that's an alternative approach. That's not where I am currently, but I just kind of give that word of caution about that. And I guess the last thing to say here before we open it up is the county board does have the transcript of our proceedings. And so, while they might just kind of not read all of that, they may look at the motions and see what we adopted and what our main recommendations were. They are privy to the fulsome discussion this evening, and we'll also have a representative at the meeting to inform the county board of the nature of our discussion as well. And so we don't have to rely solely on our motions to communicate that to the board.
Commissioner Schrull, just thinking about your, thoughts. Commissioner Steinberger, as the chair of the PFRC, do you have a direction you'd like to recommend that this head?
I mean, I'm intrigued by the idea of simply voting on the requested motion as a way of sending an indication to those who might be interested in how we voted, what that says, and the kind of lack of support that position has. But I don't know that I view that as, I don't know if that will have the impact that we hope it will. I am largely opposed to a straight deferral because I just don't see a deferral without any kind of guidance getting us anywhere else other than potentially 2 to 3 months down the line, bringing the same issues before us again. And I think that, so I'm opposed to that as an option. If there is interest in voting on and someone is willing to bring the requested motion to the floor so that we can, have a vote, it'll come out the way that we think it's going to come out, and that, can be included in the record. I'm fine with that. I'm happy to undergo that exercise. I just don't know. The only option I am truly opposed to proceeding with at this time is a straight deferral, because I don't see that benefiting or getting us anywhere closer to a resolution.
Commissioner Steinberger, for what it's
That
worth,
helps.
I'm the direction that I'm leaning. A direction in which I'm leaning is a recommendation that, absent APS agreeing to, irrespective of whatever, of a deferral motion or whatnot, but that in the event that APS doesn't agree, that the applicant doesn't agree to staff recommended conditions 67 through 71, that the commission recommends denial. I know that there are some members of the commission who may not want to go that route, if for a number of reasons. One of which is that it would suggest that the commission supports the garage, in which case condition 71 would, that kind of a motion might tacitly be read as supporting a garage. But my point, and I agree with you, Commissioner Steinberger, that one thing we don't want to do is just find ourselves here in, 3 or 6 or 9 months. And a way to do that is to point out that the commission endorses those 5 recommended conditions. And I think that the substance of our conversation aligns ourselves with the substance of those 5 conditions so far. Commissioner Hughes, you've got your hand up.
So Commissioner Stroll might have more opine things. I was going to say, and I'm trying to get the exact language of the Transportation Commission motion, which I thought definitely did a great job of avoiding any typical discussion of the garage, and actually, if read properly, can lead one to quite clearly see that there was no discussion of the garage, if my memory serves me right of it. But I do think if there is a commissioner who would support the proposal from APS Cleanly, I'll second it for the purposes of recording the vote, if that would help. That way we can at least have for the record. I think where most of the commissioners are, but I would prefer to hear also what Commissioner Stroll has to say. It's probably very interesting.
Well, Commissioner Stroll, why don't you weigh in, and then Commissioner Hughes, I'll go back to you to make the motion. And if it doesn't get a second, then that's a reportable fact as well.
Yeah, I can fail for a lack of a second. So the Transportation Commission motion was the Transportation Commission recommends deferral of this proposal pending community conversation on the elevation of the field, amount of required parking, and the cross section and use and control of 18th Street. So Commissioner Hughes is correct in saying that it doesn't specifically address the garage, but obviously raises concerns about it through the mention of parking. Once we come back to other motions, I'll have maybe more to say, Mr. Chairman, on your suggested direction. But I know Mr. Hughes wants to make a motion currently.
Yeah, and I could, before I recognize you, Commissioner Hughes, I would be interested in going the Transportation Commission route, but I would want it to also include the context of the 18th Street corridor as well. I think that a number of us really lit up when it came to that. Commissioner, tell me, I suspect you may have a suggestion for us before we go to Commissioner Hughes to make the first motion.
Because I would propose changing some of the language from the Transportation Commission to add proper or revise ADA access for the Shriver program to that motion. And I would, for the cross section, use and design of 18th Street North rather than control. Make those 2 changes, which the garage, of course, is implicit in there when we're looking at the amount of parking, required parking, and the height of the field. So that clearly implicates the garage. And that's the community conversation would be around that of necessity talk about the garage. I'm happy to have additional modifications to the language to make it even clearer. But anyway, that's what I would propose to to change the TC motion.
Well, Commissioner, tell me if there seems to be a consensus towards that path, then you're the one I'm going to go to make that motion. So I would humbly suggest that you keep your drafting pen not far from your inkwell. Commissioner Peterson.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I just had a quick question for Commissioner Lantelmi about his proposed edits to the TC motion, which is just, I'm not quite sure I understand what our commission would, how our commission might feel differently if there's a community conversation about the elevation of the field, because to the points that have been made very eloquently earlier, like a raised garage where you can like see right into the garage and see all of the cars parked, like that goes against our community plans. And so even if the community was like, hey, we're okay with this, like it still goes against our plans. And so our job kind of would be to say, well, we still don't really approve it unless there's really extenuating circumstances. So I just wanted to, you know, ask ourselves this question, like even if the community did say we're okay with this, are we okay approving that?
I personally wouldn't, because it doesn't comport with the comprehensive plan, but that's a good point, Commissioner Peterson. And I could play with some language to see, add the make conversation about it being sort of consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Commissioner Hughes, do you still want to kick us off with?
I think let's kick off
or
with.
Do you want to wait until Commissioner Lantelmi comes up with something a little bit more directly constructive, perhaps?
I don't care either way, but I do think having a record that the proposal before us is completely unacceptable is perhaps a value to someone.
It is a value. It is constructive. I shouldn't be glib. I mean,
I agree. The formality of it is quite daring. So I would ask one more time before I move, for the purposes of recording the failure of a second or of any support for the primary motion, is there anybody who would make it? So I will second it so that we can record a vote.
I don't think anyone's going to.
I would second it for the purpose of having the vote.
But Commissioner Guerin, what Commissioner Hughes is pointing out is daring us to do is to actually move it.
Move it with the point of writing all down.
Commissioner Hughes can go ahead and move it.
And nobody seconds it.
Yeah, we don't have to second it. If it will fail for lack of a second, then that's it, and it's over.
Commissioner Lantelmi, are you? How close do you think you are to having?
Let's start with a TC one and whittle away at it.
Yep, I think that's probably the better way to go.
Okay, well, I have some language here. Not guaranteeing, but I've been tinkering a little bit, so I'll start this way. I move that the Planning Commission recommend deferral of the consideration of the Heights Parking Garage use permit proposal pending community conversation on the above grade elevation of the field, the amount of required parking, the cross-section and use and design of 18th Street North, and the design of ADA access for the Shriver program.
Second.
The motion is seconded. I
would get text on the screen.
Yeah, and once we get text on the screen, I'm going to seek unanimous consent to add a clause as well.
Okay, I'm trying to get it in. How do I get that on the screen?
There's a button that says share to the left of the big red button that says leave. Don't click the big red button that says leave.
The arrow up inside of the screen.
Okay, well, wait, I don't have that on mine. Oh, wait.
Arrow up inside of a square.
Oh, the open share tray? Yeah. Okay.
And then instead of clicking screen, click window, and it will give you a menu of windows that you can share. And then you want to select the window that has the motion that you've drafted in it.
We want to see what Jim is actually scrolling through, though. Let's go with screen.
No, hold on. Wait. Okay. Wait. Close. Wait. Back. Reload. No, it's not coming up with those. Okay. I'm at the screen share desktop window.
Maybe you can put it in the chat, Chair, Commissioner Lantelmi, and then somebody can share their screen with it.
Okay, hold
That's
on.
not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let me copy it and put it in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, you can also email it to me if you want to, Commissioner Lantelmi, and I can share my screen, whatever's easiest.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, Commissioner Lantelmi, let's take Ms. Badger up on that. Exactly.
Yeah, I'll email it to her.
And
Okay,
while this is going to Ms. Badger, thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. I just want to say to my colleagues that I appreciate, and I hope that I trust that staff appreciates your patience and indulgence, as has been pointed out. I think even this evening, but has been said to me and Commissioner Patel. This isn't an entirely unprecedented situation, but it has been a while. We are not left in a great place in terms of our ability to be efficient, but we are where we are, and so I very much appreciate your indulgence and patience as this evening I think necessarily draws a little longer than it would otherwise. But now we've got the screen, we've got the motion in front of us. I would, so. I would, assuming, I would seek unanimous consent to make one amendment to this, which I believe that Commissioner Lantelmi would agree is friendly, which would be to to amend the clause "and use and design of 18th Street" and the design to be "and use and design of 18th Street, comma, and the site's context within the 18th Street connector."
Yes,
So, then either a semicolon or a comma, whichever is appropriate, and the design of ADA access to the Shriver program. So again, and use and design of 18th Street. That's already there, Ms. Badger. And use and design of 18th North, comma, and the site's context within the 18th Street corridor. And that's 8th Street and corridor with capital S and capital C, because that is an adopted term of art that's even received press coverage as such at the time that it was adopted. And there's some now articles about the East End as well as, that's great. So seeking unanimous consent for that without objection. Hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Commissioner Peterson?
I was wondering if somebody can define community conversation. Are we talking about like doing surveys for people who live in the neighborhood, or do we mean between APS and CPHD, or what is community conversation?
I think we deliberately leave that open in that we can get direction from the county board. It could be simply going back to the CPHD and DES and APS to figure out what additional outreach would be required. Otherwise, it could be another PFRC, additional PFRCs. There are different ranges of things that I don't think we should necessarily be the ones to say how that conversation should take place.
Thank you.
Commissioner Steinberger?
I guess I'm still troubled here. The presumption with this motion is that a garage would move forward. I mean, that's the way that it's written. I feel like I could support this motion if it indicated that a garage may not be the solution. And so I'm trying to figure out what language that would be to amend this, or
How
if it
about
could be
this?
amended in that way.
That's a good point. How about this? The amount of required parking and whether structured parking is necessary.
Yes, I like that.
Is that a request for unanimous consent to amend the amendment?
Let's instead of before that, before we do that, maybe there's a way to unite these two, Commissioner Steinberger and Commissioner Lantomi, with that community conversation, because I think what we fundamentally have discovered this evening is we feel like the analysis of alternatives that has gone on to date is insufficient. I mean, is that not what am I misreading that, Commissioner Steinberger? Is that sort of, I mean, I certainly think so.
Really hard for me to say that because most of the conversations around this site happened 5 to 6 years ago, and I was not involved in the process.
They were quite extensive at the time. I'll tell you that.
Understood, and I know that there are members and several members of this body who were involved in that process in one capacity or another. Maybe not as planning commissioners, but we're still involved in it, and so it's been helpful to kind of hear some of that context. I do not want to go, I'm hesitating because I don't want to go backwards to re-engage in conversations that were had 5-6 years ago to address something that couldn't get resolved then and still can't get resolved now. I kind of feel like if we've been put in the position of saying, this is what we as planning commission, as the body of planning commission are comfortable with, and we're not getting recommendation from staff, and we're just, doing this, on spec. I think we just need to be direct about what would be acceptable to us, what it would take for something to pass this body with support. And I think we're getting there with this motion. I liked the language that Commissioner Lantomi, threw out there. I'm not really sure that community conversation, I mean, that I think I can understand both ways, that wanting to be kind of a loose conversation. And not kind of overly restrict that. I just don't know what that's going to get us, and maybe that's okay.
No, I mean, I think you're right, Commissioner Steinberger. I mean, you're right in the extent of, you're right, 5 years ago, 8 years ago, we had all of these conversations, and you're correct. At the time when we adopted the initial use permit, this was a can that we kicked down the road because the illustrious drawing that Commissioner Weir brought up didn't pass muster then either. I mean, just getting to that 1 foot riser was kind of a struggle for everybody. So you're right in that context, and that's kind of the reason why I too want to just, I continue to say it, putting down the marker that anything that predisposes a parking garage is a very difficult thing to ever accept. And I think I'm not very alone on that one. And so I don't know how much favor do we do the county board by leaving this as something to be continually explored instead of saying there are two reasonable alternatives: reutilize 18th Street better or build a parking garage.
Well, I think that Commissioner Lantomi's proposed language got at that. It satisfied me for the purposes of saying a garage may not be the solution. If it doesn't satisfy you, I accept that. But I think it satisfied me.
Commissioner Lantomi, would you mind, if you hopefully haven't forgotten it, type
Sure.
somewhere else?
With a clause, the amount of required parking and whether structured parking is necessary.
Would you accept saying "and whether structured parking is necessary at all"?
At all doesn't change it, and I can accept it. It gets to the point, so I'll take it. I'm not going to nickel and dime it, Commissioner Steinberger. I just want.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Badger, could you type that in so we can see it? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi.
So to be clear as to where we're at, this is hypothetical. We do not have a motion seeking either seeking unanimous consent to amend the amendment or otherwise. We could do that. It's something that can be disposed of quickly. If people, unless given where we're sort of drafting by committee,
well, we could, I move unanimous consent to add the clause and whether structured parking is necessary.
Without objection, amendment is adopted.
One final potential edit I'm throwing out here. At the end of it, have a clause, all of which should be in compliance with the comprehensive plan and RAPS.
Commissioner Lantelmi, I mean, they're just gonna. I mean, it's just like this evening when we heard from staff how the MTM did not say we harmed the multimodal in the area. I mean, anyone can make a statement that it conforms with some portion of the various club and comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it out as for discussion purpose. If people feel that it's unnecessary, then that's fine. I have no problem.
I'm still back to, I just feel like we deserve it to the board, to the staff, to be clear with them that the reality of the situation is the only things before us are either build a structured parking garage
or not,
or better utilize 18th Street
right.
And the surrounding. I mean, that's the fundamental point, and we continue to be sort of like, okay, well, maybe we could do a garage. It could be okay, but can it?
Well, I don't think we're doing that here. I think that we're raising severe concerns with the whole concept of a garage on this site.
I wish we just said the Pit Landing Commission has severe concerns with a parking garage at the Heights site.
I think that Commissioner Steinberger will communicate that in almost those words when she represents us.
I'm also the one representing us at the May meeting.
Very good.
Mr. Chair.
Does anyone oppose that as being included in the motion as the last sentence?
I would not candidly. I wouldn't. I think that this motion is a more credible motion in that it allows the community to continue having the discussion of whether to build a garage. It may very well be that APS is able to persuade the community that a garage is both appropriate and necessary. I don't think that they have, but I think that the point of this motion is that a full and robust community discussion is what's necessary. And for what of said full and robust community discussion, we do not have a staff recommendation, right? We don't have anything to go on here, I think, one way or the other about whether or not a garage is the right policy decision. We know that the elevation is wrong. We know that the design is wrong. I think that there's a consensus or a majority of members of this commission who would say that just about everything that has been presented to us is wrong. But part of why it's wrong is that we haven't had a full and robust conversation. Commissioner Steinberger even said that it was a poorly attended PFRC meeting because it was spring break. That's our recommendation here is that this needs the discussion that it didn't have. And so I don't think we should be foreclosing possibilities that could be demonstrated as appropriate in that full and robust community conversation.
Okay.
I have one. Sorry,
I'm going to go to Commissioner Steinberger, then Commissioner Schroll, then Commissioner Lantelmi.
I'm wondering if there's another unanimous consent motion that can be made here to tweak the language a teensy bit to address that pending community conversation on parking and site access considerations, comma, to include discussion of the above grade elevation amount of weather structure parking, like to further indicate that we're looking for the community to bring us other ideas. And by community, I also mean county staff. Sorry, what?
Ms. Badger, could we get that language in there so we can look at it while we're talking?
Yeah, I can talk us through it again. I know that was like half a sentence.
Yeah, I froze, so I missed what you want to say.
No,
So
that's
just
okay. Parking garage use permit proposal, pending community conversation. After conversation. Conversation. Yeah. Start typing after conversation regarding appropriate site appropriate opportunities to maximize accessible access is redundant, is it?
Maximize accessibility.
Yeah, thank you. I like that better. To maximize accessibility.
Yeah, regarding appropriate opportunities to maximize site accessibility. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it?
Yeah, regarding appropriate opportunities to
Move site.
Yeah, so regarding
appropriate opportunities to maximize site accessibility.
So yeah, move site to before accessibility. Thank you. Regarding appropriate opportunities to maximize site accessibility, comma, to include a discussion of delete on. Yes.
Yeah.
Without objection.
Can I even read it? Just one sec. This recommended follow consideration of the highest parking garage. These proposal pending conversation regarding appropriate maximum accessibility to include a discussion of parking management and control section of uses. I like that. I move for unanimous consent to make this.
Object.
Okay.
Commissioner Schroll.
It's not clear to me that site accessibility is applicable to all the things here. Like, I don't know if that necessarily carries through the sentence completely. It's one of the issues clearly, but it's not all of the issues that we raised. And so, I mean, some of the issues that I think we were raising as well about the above grade. So I guess there's just a grammatical thing that I'm objecting to partially. And then I have just like another kind of objection, which is just that back to Commissioner Peterson's point and some of the things that folks were raising was the inconsistency of this proposal before us with the comp plan elements. And I think we are getting away from, that clarity. And
thank you, Commissioner Schroll. We could spend a lot of time. We have an objection, so Ms. Badger, don't remove it yet because it is Commissioner Steinberger could certainly still move the amendment, and then we would go to a vote. It would be non-debatable. It would require a second. But actually, this isn't an amendment. It would be debatable. I hope that Commissioner Steinberger, I think what I want to encourage you to do is to think about how you could get this concept into a standalone motion, and so that we can have a motion to vote on. I know I'm going to have another motion that's independent of this. We're not going to get, I don't think that we're going to get one motion that encapsulates in one paragraph all of our concerns.
No, I understand that. I still think this is the appropriate motion to put language with regards to looking at other opportunities, because we're saying we're not getting good enough ideas.
Yeah. Well,
So I appreciate that this did not pass by unanimous consent, but I'd still like to make a motion to get it into this.
Would it be maximize site use and accessibility, which would then cover everything below?
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Commissioner Schroll.
So, I mean, that's better. I still think we're getting to a place where we're getting perhaps further afield from some more clarity and succinct nature about inconsistency with the comp plan, not having recommendations, bad urban design, and like breaking the promises that were made in RAPs and other planning processes. Like,
would that be better as a sense of the commission motion? All of those, I'm just saying, which are good, but that would be a second motion as a sense of the commission.
That to me sounds more like a standalone motion where we're saying that any solution that comes forward needs to be consistent with RAPs or whatever else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me though, like that's part of what we should be saying here, right? Like that the reason why we are all frustrated and expressed this evening that this was dead on our would be DOA and other things is that like it didn't achieve those things, right? And so it's a little incoherent to me to say that we would just be having a community conversation and that if we kind of check some boxes that it would therefore be okay then. I think that's something that I think other people brought up, including Commissioner Peterson, was like, isn't this about comp plan element? And Commissioner Lantelmi and Mr. Chairman, you kind of also raised that those were the kind of things that frustrated you, and not just that lack of community conversation. It was both of those things.
Could you propose then a whereas clause that leads into this?
Yeah, so I would say something along the lines of like, I move that the Planning Commission recommend deferral of consideration of the Heights parking garage use permit proposal pending community conversation regarding all these things. And I think it's because of its lack of consistency with RAPs and in the comprehensive plan. Now you run into a problem though, because design of ADA access is sort of something that's.
That's why if you lead into it with a whereas clause saying exactly those things before we get to the I move.
That's right. That's right. I move that the Planning Commission find that the application that the use permit as proposed is inconsistent with
the comprehensive plan and
RAPs, and that the Commission recommends deferral of consideration, etc.
Pending the conversation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's first dispose of this language regarding appropriate opportunities. I don't mean delete. I mean let's settle it. Let's decide where we are as a commission on it.
I think the language we were going to propose for that was going to be site use and accessibility. So after site, if you could add use and.
Right.
Okay, so this is a motion from Commissioner Steinberger to insert this language, seeking unanimous consent to insert this language. Hearing none, the language is adopted.
Thank you.
I then move that the Commissioner Hughes.
I've tried to got a whereas that might go to the beginning if you'd like for me to put forward.
I
won't move.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And Ms. Badger will just copy and paste it over here. Put it that way. Simplicity.
Ms.
Oh,
Badger,
lead in.
you see this cup that Commissioner Hughes has used the chat to send the text to you. Thank you.
Yeah, just Control V and then text only. Right click under the little arrow over on the right. Nope, go to the other. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it still kept it. Weird. Commissioner Stroll, Commissioner Steinberger.
I think we can read it for now. So I think that this needs to take the form of whereas the planning commission finds that the proposal.
That's welcome.
So my apologies that we're in this situation. Ms. Badger, could you just change that to whereas the planning commission finds that? Just drafting by committee, but hopefully we're not in a spot of doing this again. So Commissioner Hughes, are you fine with this? Can you
can write anything, you can write anything you want after this, and I'll probably vote yes.
Can you move this?
I seek unanimous consent for this. The following to be added as at the beginning of the motion. Whereas the Planning Commission finds that the proposal from APS fails to conform with the comprehensive plan and the RAPS plan.
Okay. Then whereas the planning, then I guess that would be a semicolon followed by the Planning Commission, or a comma followed by the Planning Commission recommends, or I hate this. The Planning Commission recommends deferral would be how it works. Without objection, hearing none, it's adopted. Are we in a spot where we can vote on this motion?
Please, yes.
I am going to then go down the roll on it. Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Gearin?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel? Commissioner
Aye.
Patel may. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're still with us. Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarling?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Did I miss anyone? Motion carries 10-0. Are there any other motions? Commissioner Schroll, your hand is up. I also have a motion. I'm going to put it on the screen. I move that the Planning Commission endorses conditions 67 through 71 recommended in the staff report, and recommends that the county board deny the requested use permit absent agreement to those conditions by the applicant. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. I'll briefly speak to it. I don't actually. I'm not going to speak to it. I've spoken to exactly this point earlier this evening. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner Weir. I understand the intent behind it, and I appreciate all of staff's work to create the recommendations and agree they're fabulous recommendations. Again, I will not support this motion, and I want it to be recorded in the record. My vote not to support it is because in voting to support it, I make the assumption that there is going to be a parking garage, and I will not vote in any way, shape, or form to support any motion that supports a parking garage in any way.
Commissioner Schroll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the same reasons that Commissioner Hughes just elucidated, I will not be supporting this motion either. Thank you.
Commissioner Gearin?
Echoing my colleagues, Commissioners Hughes and Schroll, I will not be supporting this.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Yeah, I concur with my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Steinberger?
I both concur. I also am having pause with regards to the 180-foot versus 175-foot elevation consideration. I don't like either option, and I don't want to mandate a 175-foot elevation, as I think that these recommendations do. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gearin, your hand is still up. If no one else wants to be heard on this,
Commissioner Weir, if you don't mind, this is Commissioner Hughes.
Commissioner Hughes, I'm sorry.
Apologize, Commissioner Weir. Only because we've invoked Commissioner Cole's name, and he was the first man who brought me to task for not saying something when I had to vote opposite of the whole commission. This is an opportunity. I do believe that if you are going to vote no, it would be helpful for the board to know the recorded reason why, just so that we can have it clearly stated.
Yep, I really echo that. This is, you know, we as a commission have to protect our credibility, and if there's any reason that we have to think that the board is going to move on this in May, then we do have an obligation to provide some recommendations to the board about what should be done. And there are these staff recommendations. So if there is, we are in a risky situation where either, you know, I think that it's bad for the commission to not say anything, to not speak to these recommended conditions at all. And if the commission is going to speak to these recommended conditions in a way that does not support them, then our letter and Commissioner Steinberger has to be able to say very directly what it was about the commissions that the conditions that the commission felt was defective. Commissioner Gearin. You might be on mute, Commissioner Gearin. In fact, you are. I'm going to go to Commissioner Lantelmi then.
Yeah, I'm, in addition to what I said earlier, I'm voting no on this because I also believe that once we have the community conversation, if that's held, the recommendations of staff could very well change in light of that. So I don't want to presume a particular outcome right
now. Thank you, Commissioner Sarli.
I just was taking the time to read the conditions and refresh what they say, and I cannot support this motion.
Do you want to, is there anything that you want to add to that, Commissioner Sarli?
I feel like the conversation has been fairly thorough, but no, okay. I just find it difficult to support the garage, essentially. Okay. You know, we don't need it.
That's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Gearin, I want to give you another opportunity. I understand you're having some connection issues, but if you're able to, I want to come back to you before I go down the roll. Commissioner Peterson?
I am less familiar with procedural stuff. Is it possible to change the motion to say if the project proceeds, then the Planning Commission endorses conditions? So then maybe my colleagues could support it, but I don't know if this is procedurally possible to change the motion.
it would be preferable to do that than to vote the motion down and then try to come at the and then try to make a similar motion because that a motion to the effect of if it proceeds then would be probably not germane, would probably be out of order. So if Commissioner Peterson, I would support a motion if you wanted to make to amend. This is the last bite at the apple for this approach. If you were to do
So I
that.
guess I make a motion for unanimous consent to add to the beginning of this motion, if this project proceeds, comma, and then the rest of it.
Object.
Objection from Commissioner Hughes.
It will not change. Again, I will not support anything that presupposes in any way, shape, or form the county board should approve a parking garage at this site.
Are you saying that you still won't support it as written, or are you objecting to amending the motion? You can still vote no.
Yeah,
Commissioner Hughes, I think that
that's fine.
Commissioner Steinberger correctly points out how you should.
I just want to make sure that it's clear that the recorded reasons for why we don't support it remain the same even after the unanimous consent change. And if Commissioner Peterson wishes to make it again, I will not object.
You're saying that your reasons for not supporting it are still your reasons for not supporting it.
100.
Okay.
So I will make the motion again for unanimous consent to add, if this project does proceed, comma, the Planning Commission, et cetera, et cetera.
Planning Commission, if this project does proceed, endorses conditions 67 through 71, et cetera. Without objection, amendment is adopted.
Chair, Chair, what's on the screen is not what Commissioner Peterson said.
That's a fair point.
So yeah. Thank you. And it just is not grammatically correct the way that's on the screen too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. So without objection, amendment is adopted. Want to give people the opportunity to speak to their decisions. I think people have generally done that, and so I'm going to go to, absent anyone raising their hand, going to go to a vote, starting with Commissioner Bagley.
Nay.
Commissioner Gearin, are you back with us?
She's experiencing technical difficulties. I'm trying to provide her with a number now.
Commissioner, might come back to her. Maybe you can hold the vote open as long as I can. Commissioner Hughes?
Nay.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Nay.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Charlie?
Nay.
Commissioner Roll?
No.
Steinberger?
Nay.
Vote aye. Commissioner Gearin, last call. Motion fails 3-6. Ms. Badger, I'll email this to you momentarily. Are there any other motions? Normally, I would ask for the main motion, but I think that we don't have any motions to deal with at this point. Giving one last chance. Commissioner Steinberg, I briefly saw you light up.
I think I just made noise on my end. Sorry.
All right. So we'll go to, I believe then that wraps up this item. Is that correct, Ms. Badger?
Yes, so we would move on to item number 3 if you guys are done with this one.
We are. Ms. Badger, would you call the next item?
Yes, so our last item is the Planning Committee reports and other business, starting with the approval of the minutes from the April 4th and April 6th meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. Those minutes have been distributed. Are there any edits to the draft minutes of the April 4 and April 6 sessions? Going once, not going twice. I'm going to seek unanimous consent to adopt the, I believe Commissioner Gearan may have just joined back with us. Commissioner Gearan, assuming this is you, the motion, my motion failed 3-6. We are now at commission business, and I was about to entertain to seek unanimous consent to adopt the minutes of the April 4 and April 6. Well, actually, before I do that,
it is me, Daniel. It's me, and
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm having terrible computer issues. I did want to explain why I wasn't supporting that, but if we've moved on, I understand.
I would actually hope that you would explain because that can go into the letter and can be useful to Commissioner Steinberger.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I echo a lot of the comments of our colleagues. It's frustrating to have something come to us that is incomplete. So this issue that we were expected to take action on didn't come with a staff recommendation. Even the applicant didn't have answers to some of the questions like the cost of the proposal, the source of the funds. It's not prudent of us to try to take action on something like this. As some of our colleagues referred earlier, if this were any other applicant, we wouldn't have even heard this. We have standards that were considered to review for every single project, and we just didn't have enough information for this. On top of that, there is a lot of history with this project. We considered additional parking 5 years ago and found it unwarranted because there's ample parking in the area. That was sort of anecdotal at the time. If there was a subsequent study that showed there's a need, I'd like to hear it, but that wasn't clear tonight either. It seemed there were really 2 issues here. One, APS's desire to provide more on-site parking, and 2, the need to provide safe, accessible pickup and drop off for students and probably adults too with some disabilities. And the 2 issues were conflated in this proposal, so it wasn't easy to parse one and say, let's address that. In addition, the proposal is at odds with some of our other adopted plans in pretty egregious ways. The fact that the community hasn't weighed in on this is of concern. I appreciate what Commissioner Steinberger said about the timing of the meeting, but also I think for something as monumental as this, we probably need to do additional outreach to make sure that we've actively engaged the community and really understand what their preferences are, make sure they understand what's going on and what the potential impacts are. So I guess that's a lot of information, and I'm sorry because it sounds like you've already concluded this part of the discussion, but those are my reasons for not supporting that. Thank you.
That's very helpful, Commissioner Gearan. I don't know if you heard the point where Commissioner Hughes reminded us that it's important to state why we are or are not supporting.
I did, and I was trying to take my hand down and speak, but my computer's not working. So I appreciate you giving me a second chance to reflect on that.
I appreciate the indulgence of our colleagues for letting us go briefly out of order.
Thank you.
So I want to highlight one, I think, very uncontroversial change to the draft minutes. I think that actually it needs to be, it's Wednesday, April 6th, correct? So this would be the only amendment that I am aware of. With this change, Commissioner Schroll, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what day these were circulated, because I'm having trouble finding them in my email, and by whom.
Same with me.
Yeah, same here.
Same with me.
I recommend a deferral until
I
next
don't
month.
think they actually have been circulated.
Yeah,
Chair
so I think these need to be, I make a motion to defer these to our June meeting.
Second.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Matt
Yeah, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Planning Division. I believe they were circulated this past Friday. It's possible that they were only sent to the chair and vice chair, in which case I apologize for that mix-up, but believe they were circulated at least to those folks on Friday.
Yeah, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yeah,
that's
Mr.
right. They
Pfeiffer,
were
it was
circulated
just
to to me and Commissioner Patel and Joanne and Ms. Harrison and Ms. Badger. I'm not going to let you get away with taking full blame for that. I also failed to notice that it had not been circulated to the entire commission, and certainly would have, had I looked at it earlier, certainly would have made sure that it was done so. So then the motion that I'm going to make is to seek unanimous consent to defer adoption of the
Mr. Chairman,
April
there was
minutes.
already a motion that was moved and seconded on the floor.
There was no second. I had sought a motion for unanimous consent.
Commissioner Sarley did. He seconded it.
It's already been moved and seconded.
But it was Commissioner Hughes. You moved to adopt the minutes. I missed that. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Schroll made the motion. I seconded it. So we just need to dispose of the.
Oh, to defer. My apologies. You're right. So it's a motion by Commissioner Schroll and seconded by Commissioner Hughes. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep, to defer to our June meeting.
Give me 1 second.
We always get more complicated after 11 at night.
Schroll, Hughes, to defer. Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
And Commissioner Giron.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley.
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The motion carries. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Badger, that will then be, I feel like I have to state for the record, not that you don't already know, that we will then be adopting both this month's minutes and next month's minutes at the next meeting.
Be sure to circulate them to the full commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Badger. Thank you, Commissioner Schroll, for your point of order and keeping me on track with respect to the motion that was on the table. I want to invite the committee chairs to give any reports that they feel are necessary and anything that needn't be brought up in real time to circulate an after the fact written report to the commission. So Commissioner Steinberger, Peterson, Lantelmi, Patel, Sarley, if you have anything that you want to share that is more than what you would circulate in writing. Commissioner Steinberger, you've got your camera on. I'll go to you and then Commissioner Lantelmi.
Yes. Well, it's very exciting that we only have one evening of Planning Commission this month. We are using Wednesday's time slot from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. to have a follow-on PFRC meeting on the art bus facility proposed for Shirlington. This addresses a use permit regarding the parking lot associated with the site. So I encourage y'all to attend. It's anticipated to be a 1-hour meeting. This is more of an update. Again, starting at 6:30 p.m., which is a little earlier than we usually start. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lantelmi.
LRPC, we have one coming up on May 12th. That will be for the Millwood site, which is in Aurora Highlands on 23rd Street. This is a tier 1 special tier 1 GLUP study meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson.
Yeah, I wanted to give my colleagues a quick moment to ask any questions they might have about the process that was recently conducted to update site plan conditions. I sent a summary for last month's, in advance of last month's hearings, just about what the steps were to for Matt Pfeiffer to review the site plan conditions, work with NAOP, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association, on their recommended changes. And then we had a SPRC meeting where we discussed the changes, and Matt was able to take them back and make any changes that he thought were relevant. So I just wanted to, give anyone on the commission who may have questions about this process an opportunity to ask the questions of Matt and staff. I had previously been asked kind of offline why fellow commissions weren't brought in earlier in the process, why are site plan condition changes not reviewed by the Planning Commission or by the County Board before they're adopted. So I just wanted to raise that and give my colleagues the opportunity to ask Mr. Pfeiffer any questions if they have them. A similar process will be soon conducted for another aspect of SPRC, the SPRC process. So if you have questions about, how this process went, just expect a similar process for the 4.1 requirements that will be conducted this summer.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Mr. Pfeiffer, you've got your camera on. Was there something you wanted to add about that?
No, I think Commissioner Peterson summed that up pretty succinctly. I would just say that the site plan conditions update was conducted using the same process that we have previously done for that item. The site plan conditions are not meant to be reflective of any new policy making per se. They are really a reflection of how site plans are administered post approval, and the standards to which site plans are held by, and that we largely believe that the commission has the ability to shape a site plan during the SPRC process itself. The standard conditions are really just the starting point that we use for negotiations. I would say that in 100% of cases almost, those conditions are amended through the process. The standard conditions document itself is not it's not adopted by the board. It's simply just used as our starting point. And for these to sort of come into effect, the commission will have a chance to review them when site plans come forward individually. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Commissioner Peterson, your hand is still up. Is there anything that you wanted to add? I don't.
No, that was just me forgetting to put it.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe, Commissioner Patel or Siley, that we have anything for zoning committee coming up. Am I wrong about that?
You are not wrong, sir.
Okay. Then I believe, are there any other committee, is there any other committee business or reports that need to be
No,
brought
I'm
to
sorry,
the...
Commissioner Ware. I'm sorry to interrupt,
Commissioner...
but I have no ability to put my hand up.
Oh, my apologies,
Given the late
Commissioner.
hour, yeah, given the late hour, I don't want to belabor this, but I would like to have a longer discussion with Mr. Pfeiffer about the SPRC standard site plan conditions update. I don't think I fully understand the process. For example, I don't understand. I think that many of the other commissions believe that the process of updating those conditions is valuable, and they want to have a way to weigh in on them. And given that NAOP has a way, I don't think any of us really understand how that works versus the commissions. But it is very late. So can we put this on an agenda for another meeting?
Certainly, we're amenable if the chair and vice.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Yeah, you know, I just want to make sure it's like open and public, and that I understand, since I know I'm one of the folks that was asked, how do we weigh in to change those? I think it was Eco Action Arlington, and I feel like I still don't know. So thank you.
I think, Mr. Pfeiffer, we should plan on discussing that at the next forecasting meeting. I think that we have a fairly brief agenda in June, so perhaps that would be a good time for it. Members of the public who are following along at home, for your time, consideration, and patience this evening. The items heard this evening are, well, the item heard this evening is expected to go to the county board, I believe, on May 14, where Commissioner Steinberger will represent the Planning Commission. Many staff labored to make this virtual meeting run smoothly. Thank you to all of you, especially thanks to Courtney Badger, Joanne Harrison, SPR Supervisor Matthew Pfeiffer, David Wood, and others who I apologize for not naming if you should have been named. With that, the commission is adjourned. Have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.